which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radyo Pilipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gahutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Broadcasting live from Paniki, Tarlac. And now you are tuning into DZTC 8 to 8 a.m., Aral TarlakHenyo and DZT and RTV Tarlac channel 26. It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon and we're going to be together until 1:25 p.m. To our listeners and viewers out there, naimbaga daw kayo kada kayo amin, maya magat panapon, and good afternoon most especially to our handsome and beautiful grade 8 students of Tarlac Province. This is Teacher Renan S. Corpus of Eduardo Coanco National Vocational High School, and I am thrilled to be with you on this exciting learning trip towards understanding opinion marking signals. This session will be exciting because we have a set of engaging learning activities to be done even at the comfort of your home. This I assure you will surely love. Graded students, arm yourself with a pen and printed learning activity sheet in English as we are about to take a leap now for our next lesson. Just sit back, relax and enjoy while watching, listening, and learning the rest of the broadcast. Are you ready, grade 8 students? I believe you are all ready. Class, for a lesson in this subject, you are expected to identify the opinion marking signals used in sentences and paragraphs, use different opinion marking signals in writing sentences and in completing dialogue and story presented, express appreciation of a story about perseverance using opinion marking signals. My dear grade 8 students, in our previous lesson, your teacher broadcaster discussed about the commonly used visual verbal illustrations. Do you still remember them? I'm sure you do. So, let us have a short review of the previous lesson. Are you ready? I'm sure you're all ready. Let us check what you've learned by answering the questions that I'm about to ask you. Choose your answer from the choices given. Are you ready? That's good. Number 1, it is a diagram that shows the relationships of information presented. A chart, B graph, C table, D infographic. Number 2, it is an organized arrangement of data usually in rows and columns. A graph, B table, C map, D chart. Number 3, what do you call the diagram or visual representation that shows the relative position of parts of something? It could be a drawing or a photograph. A chart, B map, C graph, D table. Number 4, for item number 4, it is the organization and relationship of concepts and ideas in visual form. A concept map, B chart, C graph, D map. Number 5, it is an illustration that presents an information in a tabular or circular form. A graph, B map, C chart, D concept map. Number 6, it is a combination of visual images and text presentation of specific information. A map, B infographic, C concept map, D chart. Were you able to get the correct answers? I'm sure you do. So let us check if you got all the correct answers. The answer in number 1 is B, graph. For number 2, the answer is B, table. In number 3, what do you call a diagram or visual representation that shows the relative position of parts of something? It could be a drawing or a photograph. If you answered B, you got it. For item number 4, it is an organization and relationship of concepts and ideas in visual form. The right answer is A, concept map. Next is number 5. It is an illustration that presents information in a tabular or circular form. Did you answer letter C, chart? Correct. And for the last item, it is a combination of visual images and text presentation of specific information. The answer is B, infographic. Did you get a perfect score? Well done. This means you are ready for our new lessons. Since we are done with our review, let us move on with our lesson proper. Are you ready? I'm sure you are. Let us start by defining the word opinion first. Opinions refer to personal beliefs. They tell about how someone feels, thinks, or takes a stand about something. They are influenced by a person's experience, background knowledge, emotions, and preferences. The group of words that introduces opinions are called opinion marking signals. They are used as signal words that will help express and identify opinions. They are usually written in the beginning part of a sentence. Here are the examples of opinion marking signals. Maybe, I think, I hope, I hate, my favorite, perhaps, I believe, I should, the best, for me, probably, I feel, I love, it seems, in my opinion, in my experience, from my point of view, it is my belief, I am convinced that, I am confident that, I am certain that, from what I know, I must admit that, I take the view that, I might be wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, I cannot deny that. At this juncture, let us use some of these opinion marking signals in sentences. Sentence A. I feel about being a Filipino. The opinion marking signal is feel. It tells about a personal feeling about being a Filipino. Sentence B. It seems that Filipinos have strong family ties. In sentence B, the opinion marking signal used is it seems. This phrase gives an idea that the opinion is expressed in less assertive or forceful way. Sentence C. From what I know, Filipinos are known to be hospitable. The opinion marking signal used is, in sentence C is, from what I know. This statement shows that the speaker is expressing an opinion based on his background. Sentence D. Personally, I think that Filipinos give importance to education. I think is the opinion marking signal used in sentence D. This phrase emphasizes personal opinion. Sentence E. Maybe Filipinos are resilient because they find ways to survive. Sentence E uses the opinion marking signal maybe to express a mere possibility. Now that we have already talked about opinion marking signals and we also use them in sentences, I guess you are ready for our next activity. For our next activity, I will read an essay about why many Filipino tourists visit the Philippines. While reading, list down the opinion marking signals used in the essay. Write your answers on your answer sheet. The essay is entitled Why Many Tourists Visit the Philippines by Fanny Andrea B. Naranjo. The Philippines is one of the most visited countries in the world. There are so many good reasons why many tourists visit the Philippines. Firstly, I believe that the Philippines is known to have hospitable people. Filipinos are very welcoming and accommodating. I am certain that these Filipino characteristics are very attractive to many foreigners. In my experience, Filipinos are always ready to help other people in need. They are generous. They always share with others, even if sometimes they only have little. It is their belief that sharing is loving. Also, many tourists think that the Philippines has the most beautiful islands and beaches. It has Palawan, Bohol, Siargao, Leyte, and Boracay, to name a few. They take the view that Philippine islands and beaches are breathtaking and there are a lot of sea adventures to experience. They have delicious local foods. Also, the Philippines has a unique culture. I cannot deny that I agree with all these thoughts. In conclusion, I am convinced that many foreigners love the Philippines. That is why they continue to visit the country. Others even choose to stay. Did you spot all the opinion marking signals used in the essay? Let us now check if you got them all. 1. I believe. 2. I am certain that. 3. In my experience. 4. It is their belief that. 5. Many think. 6. They take the view that. 7. I cannot deny that. 8. I am convinced that. Did you get all the correct answers? That's awesome. And now, let us move on to our next activity. Are you ready? I am sure you are. Our next activity is called Share About the Philippines. Complete the dialogues below using the most appropriate opinion marking signals. Choose your answers from the cloud of opinion marking signals. Write your answers on a separate sheet of paper. So these are the choices. I hope, I believe, I think, I love, I am sure that, in my experience. 1. Blank. Palawan is one of the best places in the world. 2. Blank. It is. Aside from beautiful beaches, it also has this amazing underground river. Number 3. Blank. Boracay. I can do that a lot of sea adventures in here. Number 4. Blank. This is really a perfect summer destination. Bohol is fascinating indeed. 5. Blank. We can come back here next year. That sounds really exciting. This time, let's check your answers. Number 1, I think. Number 2, I am sure that. Number 3, I love. Number 4, I believe. And number 5, I hope. How's your score for that activity, my dear students? Did you get a perfect score? That's impressive. Are you excited for our next activity? Are you ready? I bet you are. Our next activity is entitled Build a Story. Read the story below and complete the dialogues using opinion marking signals inside the box. Write your answers on a separate sheet of paper. These are the choices. It seems, I hope, I loved, I must admit that. For me, I felt, I am confident that, if I'm not mistaken, the best. The Fruit of Perseverance by Fanny Andrea P. Naranjo. Buboy, a grade 8 student, made a video advertisement about the Philippines as an agreed requirement in his English subject. His teacher gave them only a week to accomplish the task, but Buboy was able to submit an excellent output before the deadline. His classmates wondered how he managed to do so, despite his lack of knowledge in making a video. Buboy, how did you manage to submit the project before the deadline when you don't even know how to make a video? Number 1, blank. Even I, myself, was surprised. Do you remember when our teacher discussed about country through a video? Number 2, blank. The video and I got interested in learning how to make one. That is why I asked Mr. Zamora, our computer teacher, to teach me, and he agreed. Number 3, blank. Nervous but happy to try and learn. You're right, boo boy. Now I remember. Number 4, blank. You even invited me to go with you. Number 5, blank. Your output is the best. Thank you, Waldo. Number 6, blank. Your output turns very good as well. Number 7, blank. Can you make it? Oh, 8, blank. It is time to go home already. Let's go. Let's see if you got all the correct answers. These are the correct answers for the activity that we've just finished. 1, I must admit that. 2, I love. 3, I felt. 4, if I'm not mistaken. 5, for me. 6, I hope. 7, I'm confident that. And 8, it seems that. And now, let's move on to our final activity. Get your pen and your paper and be ready to answer the questions. Are you ready? That's great! Read and answer the following questions carefully. Write the letter of your answer on a separate sheet of paper. Number 1. Which of the following signal phrases introduces an opinion? A. I believe that. B. The survey proves that. C. Results show that. D. According to research. Number 2. What do you call the personal belief that relates to how someone feels, thinks, or takes a stand about something? A. Essay. B. Opinion. C. Paragraph. D. Request. Number 3. What are opinion marking signals? They are blank. A. Words that state opposite meanings. B. Words that connect to different thoughts. C. Group of words that express a strong feeling. D. Group of words that introduce personal beliefs. Number 4. Which of the following sentences states a personal belief? A. I think the government is addressing well the COVID-19 crisis. B. Based on the news, many people have already recovered from the virus. C. As of June 2020, the Philippines has more than 31,000 COVID-19 cases. Letter D. Research shows that wearing face masks prevents the spread of the virus. Number 5. How are opinion marking signals used? They are used to blank. A. Express and identify personal beliefs. B. Describe a particular event or activity. C. Give the order or sequence of an event. And D. Connect phrases or clauses in a sentence. Number 6. How are you going to identify an opinion? To identify an opinion, look for the blank. A. Words that end a statement. B. Examples given in the statement. C. Reasons provided in the statement. D. Words that introduce the statement. Number 7. What opinion marking signal be used to complete the sentence below? Blank, Filipinos are hospitable because they are very welcoming and accommodating. A. That is why. B. In my experience. C. I might be wrong but. D. I am convinced that. Number 8. Which of the sentences below is an opinion? A. Based on the record, Manny accomplished all his school requirements. B. The results show that Anton passed the test and would receive an award. C. From what I know, Bart tried his best in his studies and made it to the top. D. In her speech, Flora thanked her family for their constant love and support. Number 9. Which of the following opinions shows that a person is uncertain? A. I believe that Benjamin clearly loves his family. 5. I am certain that Albert works hard for his family. C. I am sure that Cesar spends time with his family. And D. I might be wrong, but Edwin treasures his family. And for number 10, the last item, What appropriate phrase should be used to complete the given sentences below? Blank, I think that regular exercise helps a person in many ways. A. Certainly. B. Supposedly. C. Personally. And D. Mistakenly. At this time, we will check if you got all the correct answers. Here are the correct answers. For number 1, A. Number 2, B. Number 3, D. Number 4, A. Number 5, D. Number 6, D. Number 7, D. Number 8, C. Number 9, D. And number 10, C. For your assignment, write a short essay about the possibility of having a face-to-face class again. Use opinion marking signals. Write your essay in one whole sheet of paper. Guys, I am so much happy because we were able to discuss the lesson about opinion marking signals. I hope you enjoyed our lesson for today. It was fun spending time with you in our broadcast. Don't forget to tune in to DZTC 828, Aral TarlakHenyo, and watch us live on Facebook from 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Monday to Friday. Once again, this is Teacher Renan S. Corpus of Eduardo Cojuangco National Vocational High School saying, God bless you all and keep safe, everyone.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, ano mang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama katuwang Kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Itinalaga bilang ika-33rd Commander ng AFP Northern Luzon Command si Major General Fernel G. Buca, kasabay ng pagreretiro ni Lieutenant General Ernesto C. Torres Jr. sa pwesto. Pinangunahan ni AFP Chief of Staff General Andres Centino ang Change of Command ceremony na ginanap sa Camp Aquino, Tarlac City, kamakailan. Sa mensahe ni outgoing 32nd Commander NOLCOM Lieutenant General Ernesto C. Torres Jr., pinasalamatan itong lahat ng mga taong kanyang nakatrabaho.
We often hear people say that change is inevitable, and I have always believed that change always brings opportunity. Today's ceremony gives truth to this. As I leave the military service after more than 37 years of dedicated service, a new opportunity opens. As I hang my uniform, I am proud to say that I have given my best charge with deep sense of service, commitment, and the will to fight to accomplish the mission. Every change of command signals a movement and a dynamism that energizes an organization. Let today's change of command spark even more significant gains for peace and unity in Northern Luzon as I relinquish my duties and responsibilities to Major General Fernel Buca. I will always be prepared and eager to be of service to our country and people anytime, anywhere. Muli, salamat sa pagkakataong maglingkod bilang isang sundalo. Kinararangal kong mapabilang sa hanay ng sinatawang lakas ng Pilipinas. Ako ay lubos na nagpapasalamat sa karanasang natamasa at sa pagkilalang ibinigay ninyo at ng sambayanang Pilipino. Lahat ng ito ay mula sa biyaya ng ating puong may kapal. Hanggang sa muli, ako ang inyong lingkod, Teniente General Ernesto Castro Torres Jr., signing off.
Para sa humigit 37 years na pagseserbisyo nito, nakatanggap ito ng iba't ibang parangal at pagkilala sa naganap na ceremony. Sa mensahe naman ng bagong NOLCOM Commander Major General Fernel G. Buca, sinabi nito na isang malaking karangalan maging 33rd Commander ng NOLCOM.
I am deeply humbled to succeed Lieutenant General Ernesto C. Torres Jr., whose accomplishments as Team Captain of Northern Luzon Command and as public servant has become an inspiration to those who want to emulate his leadership. Thank you, sir. Now, as your 33rd Commander, I am harnessing my experiences and values to hopefully inspire all of you to do the same. I know that I have a very big shoes, or rather, a very humongous shoes to fill in, but I am up to the challenge. With this, just like my leadership philosophy in the command positions I have handled before, to the members of NOLCOM, I don't want you to work for me, but rather, I want you to work with me. Together, we can accomplish our mission jointly as a team with efficiency and enhanced capability. Finally, I accept the challenge with more hope than faith as I come here to answer another call of duty. I assure you that I will respond to the new call as a professional and committed soldier. Makakaasa kayong pamumunuan ko ang Northern Luzon Command na may tapang at malasakit sa abot ng aking kakayahan. Ladies and gentlemen, all together, we shall stay true to our command's motto as the home of the Philippine Northern Beacon. A beacon of peace, a beacon of strength, and a beacon of hope. Mabuhay ang kapayapaan, mabuhay ang kasaganaan, mabuhay tayong lahat.
Samantala, nagbigay rin ng mensahe si AFP Chief of Staff General Andres Centino.
This afternoon's event pays tribute to the sterling leadership and outstanding service of the outgoing Northern Luzon Command Commander, and at the same time, welcome the equally capable gentlemen who shall continue the same streak of success for NOLCOM. Today's ceremony is but a simple tribute to General Torres, who has spent more than half of his life serving our country and people through this noble profession of arms. To June, I am proud to have worked with you, a reliable colleague, highly respected and well-loved commander, and a dear friend to many of our fellow Filipinos and stakeholders who share our goal of genuine peace and inclusive progress. So to General Jun Torres, congratulations for a career well served. Simula nung playbook ka hanggang ngayon magkasama tayo. Congratulations at maraming salamat sa taos-pusong paglilingkod sa bayan at mamamayang Pilipino. Palakpakan natin, General Torres. And to General Buca, be assured of the support of General Headquarters and I wish you all the best. Mabuhay ang Northern Luzon Command, mabuhay ang sandatang lakas ng Pilipinas. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat.
Ang naganap na change of command ceremony ay dinaluhan ni Tarlac Province Governor Susan A. Yap, Miss Leng Tiamzon at iba pang mga respetadong individual. Para sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, ako si Jam Torio, nagbabalita.
Alam niyo ba na ang kinikilalang Guinness Book of World Records holder bilang pinakamaliit na commercially harvested fish ay isang sinarapan? Ito ay matatagpuan lamang sa Pilipinas, sa Lake Buhi sa Bicol River. Isa itong uri ng goby na may transparent na katawan na may sukat na 12.5 mm. Alam mo na, yan ang sinarapan.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Ating mga magulang at sa lahat ng ating mga tagapakinig at manonood na abot ng ating RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at DZTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac at syempre sa ating mga intelihenteng mga mag-aaral ng buong Tarlac Province. Good afternoon po sa inyong lahat. Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province sa tulong ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at DZTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Tayo ay natutuwa at tayo po ay narito na naman at nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Kamusta po kayo mga ginigilo kong mga mag-aral at tagapakinig? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpapatuloy sa pag-aaral kasama ang ating mga guro sa Araling Panlipunan. Muli ako ang inyong guro ngayong araw na ito, ngayong oras na ito, Ginoong Charlie M. Peralta, ang inyong makakasama at gagabay sa inyo sa pagtuklas at pagsasakatuparan ng ating Most Essential Learning Competency na nasusuri ang kabihas ng Maynoan, Maysinian, at Classical na Greece. Pero bago tayo magpatuloy, kung bago natin umpisahan ang ating talakayan, meron muna tayong dapat tandaan at isaalang-alang. Ang una ay siguraduhin na kayo ay nasa komportableng lugar habang kayo ay nakasubaybay ngayong hapon. Pangalawa ay ihanda ang inyong module, papel at ballpen na gagamitin sa inyong pag-aaral. At ang ikatlo ay iwasan ang paggawa ng iba pang mga bagay at ituon ang ating atensyon sa ating paksang tatalakayin ngayong araw. Alam ko o nakakasiguro ako na kayo ay handa na para sa ating tatalakaying paksa ngayong araw. At bago ang lahat, nais ko munang balikan natin ang ating paksa noong nakaraan, nang sa gayon hindi natin makalimutan ang ikalawang bahagi na ito ng ating discussion. Noong nakaraan ay ating diniscuss ang dalawang kabihasnan na naganap sa Greece, kung saan dito ay ating sinuri ang pangyayari sa kabihas ng Minoan. At ating nakilala ang Minoan bilang isang mahusay na kabihasnan sa Greece. Bakit natin nasabi yun? Sapagkat dito ay kanilang naipamalas ang kanilang galing sa kanilang teknolohiya. Refleksyon nito ay ang kanilang lungsod kung saan sila ay gumamit ng laryo at obrix at ang kanilang pagkakaroon ng sistema ng pagsulat. Sa ilalim ng kabihas ng Minoan, atin ding naisa-isa ang kanilang mga mahahalagang naging ambag o kontribusyon sa kabihasnan. Kung inyo pa natatandaan, meron tayong tinatawag na fresco. Ito yung larawang mabilisang subalit bihasa na ipininta ng mga Minoan sa dingding. Ito ay nag-reflect ng kanilang mga practices, cultural practices. Pangalawang ambag ay ang kanilang mga palayok. Ang kanilang mga palayok ay creative ang pagkakadisenyo nito, bagay na naging daan upang ang kanilang mga palayok na ito ay ang naging mga bagay na kinakalakal nila sa ibang mga lugar. At ang pangatlo naman ay ang pag-unlad ng kanilang kabiasnan. Ano ang dahilan bakit umunlad ng kabiasnan nila? Ito ay dahil sa nagamit nila ang kanilang talento sa sining. Sa pamamagitan nito ay na kanilang naipamalas ang kanilang kakayahan at talento na nakatulong sa kanilang ekonomiya, nakatulong sa kanilang isla, hindi lamang sa kanilang pamayanan, kundi sa isla ng Crete. Ang sunod naman ay ang kabiasnan ng Mycenaean. Ang Mycenaean ay natuklasan natin na ito ay lungsod na kung saan kanilang pinag-ibayo, dinevelop ang kanilang daan at mga tulay. Napakahalaga ng daan at tulay ng mga panahon na yun sapagkat ito ang nagdudugtong sa kanilang lugar patungo sa ibang lugar sa ngalan ng kalakalan. Sila din ay nakapagtayo ng mga kapal na pader at sa loob nito ay sila ay nagtayo ng pinakapalasyo o pinaka-opisina ng kanilang mga pinuno o hari. Ito lamang nagpapakita kung gaano sila kagaling sa estruktura. Ilan sa mga ambag ng kabiasnan ng Mycenaean ay ang mga sumusunod. Ang una ay ang kanilang kultura ay mayaman sapagkat sila ay makasining, malikhain. Ilan sa kanilang mga gawa ay ang creative na mga maskara, mga palamuti, mga sandata na yari sa ginto. Ito din ang nagbigay daan upang umunlad ang kanilang kabuhayan. Pangalawang ambag nila ay ang pagkakatuklas ni Sir Arthur Evans. Katulad ng Minoans, ang mga Mycenaean ay nagkaroon din ng sistema ng pagsulat. At ang pinakahuli ay ang kanilang pananampalataya. Meron silang kinilalang Diyos na si Zeus na pinapaniwalaan nilang naghahari sa isang pamilya ng mga Diyos at Diyosa. Naiintindihan niyo ba ang mga ambag na ito, ang kahalagahan ng mga ambag na ito ng mga sinaunang kabiasnan? Tama. Ang mga nabanggit nating ambag o kontribusyon ng mga Minoans at Mycenaeans, ito ay nagpaunlad ng kanilang kultura at ng pamumuhay. So ngayon, tayo ngayon ay dumako sa pangalawang episode o bahagi ng ating talakayan. Ang susunod ay ang tungkol naman sa kabiasnang klasikal ng Greece o sinaunang kabiasnan ng bansang Greece. Kung ating titingnan sa mapa, ang lupain ng mapa o ng Greece ay peninsula. Ang ibig sabihin nito, ito ay ang ilang bahagi ay napapalibutan ng anyong tubig, samantalang ang ibang bahagi naman ay kalupaan. Mahalaga ang geography ng Greece sa mga mamamayan nito sapagkat ang mga anyong tubig na nakapalibot sa kanya at anyong lupa na nagdudugtong mula sa Greece at sa iba pang mga lugar ay ang nagsilbing daan o ruta ng pagpasok at paglabas ng kanilang impluensya hindi lamang sa Europa kundi sa mga iba pang bansa sa mundo. Ang tawag ng mga Greek sa kanilang sarili ay mga Hellens. Ang Hellens ay hango sa salitang Hellas. Ang Hellas ay tumutukoy sa kabuuang lupain ng sinaunang Greece. Ang panahon ng kasikatan ng kabiasnang Greek hanggang pagtatapos nito noong 338 BCE ay kadalasang tinatawag nating panahong Hellenic. Narito ang mga mahalagang lungsod sa kabiasnang Greek sa panahon ng Hellenic. Ang una ay ang polis. Ang polis, ito ay termino ng kahulugan ay lungsod. Ito ay ang unang pamayanan ng Greece. Karaniwang binubuo ng 5,000 na kalalakihan dahil noon ay sila lamang ang nailalagay sa opisyal na talaan ng populasyon ng lungsod-estado. Ang pangalawang bahagi ng isang lungsod sa Greece ay ang Acropolis. Ito naman ay tawag sa pinakamataas na lugar sa lungsod-estado. kung saan matatagpuan ang mga matatayog na palasyo at templo, kaya ito ang naging sentro ng politika at relihiyon. Ang ikatlong bahagi naman ng isang lungsod-estado ay ang agora o pamilihang bayan. Ito naman ay nasa gitna ng lungsod at ito ay bukas na lugar kung saan maaaring magtinda o magtipon-tipon ang mga Griego. Ang larawan sa susunod na slide natin ay nagpapakita ng setup ng lungsod-estado sa Greece. Sa una, andon ang Acropolis. Kung inyong titingnan ang elevasyon ng lupain, ito ay mataas. Yan ang bahagi ng isang lungsod na tinatawag nating Acropolis. Diyan matatagpuan ang mga opisyal na gusali o istruktura ng mga Griego. Pangalawa ay ang nasa gitna. Yan ang Agora. Noong unang panahon, sa panahon ng klasikal na kabiasnan ng mga Griego, ang agora, dito isinasagawa ang kalakalan. Hindi lamang ng produkto, kundi pati ng ideya. Ang ating mga pilosopo, mga Greek philosophers, nandyan sila sa agora. Diyan sila nagtatalastasan, diyan sila nagpapalitan or exchange of idea. Hindi naglaon dahil sila ay natutong gumawa ng Coliseum. Ang agora ay ginawa na lamang na pamilihan. Subalit, ito man ay pamilihan, nakapaskil dito ang mga alituntunin ng buong Gresya. At ang sa pinakaibabang bahagi ay ang polis. Ito naman ay ang pinakanayon o kanayunan. Ito ang tatlong bahagi ng lungsod-estado ng Gresya. Ang susunod naman ay, ano nga ba ang dalawang pinakamatatag na lungsod-estadong naitatag ng mga Griego? Ito ang Athens and Sparta. I know you are familiar with both. Okay? Isa-isahin natin ang lungsod-estado. Dalawang malakas na lungsod-estado ang naging tanyag sa panahon na ito. Ito yung Athens and Sparta. Sa mga lungsod-estado, ang mga legitimate na citizen o yung mga lehitimong Griego ay binibigyan ng karapatan katulad ng pagboto o pagpili ng kanilang maging pinuno ng lungsod nila, magmay-ari ng mga ari-arian, humawak ng posisyon sa pamahalaan, at ipagtanggol ang sarili sa kanilang korte. Yun po ang pinapractice ng mga sinaunang komunidad sa lungsod ng Athens at Sparta sa Greece. Subalit may limitasyon. Bilang kapalit, sila ay dapat na makilahok sa pamahalaan at tumulong sa pagtatanggol sa polis sa panahon ng digmaan. Sila ay may karapatan sa komunidad, sa kanilang lungsod, subalit kailangan nilang protektahan ang kanilang lungsod laban sa mga nais manakop nito o anumang kaguluhan. Unahin nating discuss ang Athens. Ang Athens ay naging sentro ng kalakalan at kultura ng Greece. Ang Athens ay tinagurian nilang demokratikong polis sapagkat direktang kabahagi ang mga taga-Athens sa pagpili ng kinatawan at maaari rin silang manungkulan sa pamahalaan. Meron silang direct democracy na ipinatutupad sa kalakhan ng Athens. Ganun pa man, kahit na demokratikong policy ito, meron pa ring limitasyon sa mga kababaihan at banyaga na kung saan ang mga babae at mga banyaga ay hindi kabahagi sa anumang practices ng mga kalalakihan na mga mamamayan ng Athens. At ilan sa mga kinilalang mga personalidad sa Athens ay ang mga sumusunod. Una ay si Solon. Si Solon ang nag-alis ng pagkakautang ng mga mahihirap at ginawang legal o illegal ang pagkakaalipin ng dahil sa utang. Pangalawa ay si Pisistratus. Ipinagtanggol naman ni Pisistratus ang katayuan ng mahihirap at ipinamahagi ang mga lupain at ari-arian ng mayayaman sa mahihirap na walang mga lupa. At ang pangatlo ay si Clisthenes. Sinimulan niya ang tinatawag nating ostracism o ang sistema kung saan pinahihintulutan ang mga mamamayan na palayasin ang sinumang opisyal na sa kanilang paniniwala ay mapanganib sa kanilang lungsod-estado. At ang pinakahuling personalidad ay si Pericles. Sa kanyang panahon, naranasan ng Athens ang tugatog ng demokrasya. Na-practice ang democracy. Itinaguyod niya ang pag-upo sa opisina ng pamahalaan ng mga karaniwang tao. Yan ang apat o ilan sa mga personalidad na nakilala sa panahon ng Athens. Susunod na lungsod-estado naman ay ang Sparta. Ang Sparta naman ay isang mandirigmang polis. Nanatili itong isang oligarkiya at isang estadong mandirigma. Sa lahat ng mga lungsod-estado, ang Sparta lamang ang pinaniniwalaan na hindi umasa sa kalakalan. So hindi nakasentro ang komunidad ng Sparta sa kalakalan. Saan sila nakasentro? Sa pagpapalakas ng kanilang sandatahang lakas. Ito ay may magandang klima, sapat na patubig at matabang lupa na angkop sa pagsasaka. So they also practice agriculture. Pero ano ang naging focus nila? Pinalawak ng mga taga-Sparta ang kanilang lupain sa pamamagitan ng pananakop ng mga karatig lupang sakahan at pangangamkam nito. Sa lahat ng mga lungsod-estado, ang Sparta lamang ang hindi umasa sa kalakalan. Bakit? Sapagkat kanilang pinalakas ang kanilang army, ang sandatang lakas nila, ang puwersa nila. Ang mga magsasaka mula sa nasakop na mga lugar, dinala nila ito sa Sparta upang maging hilot o tagapagsaka sa malawak nilang lupain. Hindi sila nagsaka, subalit pinasaka nila. Dito na naganap yung tinatawag nating slavery. Ang pangunahing layunin ng Sparta ay lumikha ng magaling na sundalo sa pamamagitan daw ng sumusunod na hakbang. Ito ang naging punto nila. Palakasin ang kanilang kasundaluhan. Paano ba nila pinapalakas ang kasundaluhan nila? Ito ang kanilang proseso. Una, ang bagong silang na sanggol ay kanila munang sinusuri. Ang mahinang bata o may kapansanan ay hinahayaan nilang mamatay. Tanging ang malalakas at malulusog na sanggol lamang ang pinapayagang mabuhay. Pagtungtong ng 7 taon ng batang yon nang napili, ang mga batang lalaki ay dinadala sa mga kampo militar upang sumailalim sa mahigpit na pagsasanay o disiplina sa serbisyong militar. Malakas na pangangatawan, matatag, sanay sa paglaban at katapatan ang ilan sa layunin ng kanilang gawain na ito. At pagtungtong ng 20 taon, ang mga kabataang lalaki magiging sundalong mamamayan at ipapadala sila sa hangganan ng labanan. Pagtuntong nila ng 30 taon, maaari na silang mag-asawa, ngunit dapat na kumain at manirahan pa rin sila sa kanilang kampo kung saan hahati na sila ng gastos. At kapag ang dating batang yon ay tumuntong na sa 60 taon, sila na po ay maaaring magretiro sa hukbo at maaari nang umuwi sa kanilang mga pamilya. Ganoon kadisiplina, kastrikto ang kanilang pagsasanay sa mga susunod na sundalo nila. Ngayon ay isa-isahin naman natin ang mga digmaang kinasangkutan ng Greece. Una ay ang digmaang marathon. Ang digmaang marathon, ito ay naganap o digmaan sa pagitan ng mga Persians at mga Griego na naganap o nangyari sa marathon na isang kapatagan sa Athens. Pangalawang digmaan na kinasangkutan ng Greece ay ang digmaang Thermopylae. Ito ay itinuturing natin na madugong labanan sa pagitan nina Xerxes o ng Persia at ni Leonidas naman ng Sparta. Ito ay naganap sa Thermopylae na isang makipot na daan o daanan sa gilid ng bundok at silangang baybayin ng Central Greece. Pangatlong digmaan, digmaang Salamis. Ito naman ay yung pagsalakay naman ni Xerxes sa Athens. At ang panghuli, digmaang Peloponnesian. Dahil hindi nagustuhan ng mga ibang mga Griego, okay? Ang pamumuno ng Athens sa Delian League, sila ngayon ay nagkaroon ng sabwatan, bumuo ng alyansa laban sa Athens. So bumuo sila ng alyansa, ng alyansa mga lungsod, nilusob nila ang Athens sa pamumuno ng Sparta. Yan ang apat na digmaang kinasangkutan ng Greece. Ang susunod naman ay isa-isahin natin ang mahalagang ambag o mga ambag sa kabiasnan, pamana ng Greece sa kabiasnan. Meron tayong mahalagang personalidad, meron silang larangan at ang kanilang mga nagawa. Unahin natin si Pythagoras. Sa ilalim ng agham, si Pythagoras ay nagpaunlad ng prinsipyo ng geometry, ang Pythagorean theorem. So nanggaling sa kanya ang konsepto o prinsipyo na ito. Si Archimedes naman, tinansya niya ang paraan ng pagsusukat ng circumference ng isang bilog. At natuklasan din niya ang prinsipyo ng specific gravity. Si Euclid, siya ang kinikilala nating the father of geometry. Susunod ay si Eratosthenes, sa agham pa rin tayo, nagawa niya ang halos tumpak na tansya ng circumference ng ating mundo. Siya din ang gumuhit ng linya ng latitude at longitude sa mapa ng ating mundo. Si Aristarchus naman ay ang nakatuklas na umiikot ang daigdig sa araw habang umiikot ito sa sarili niyang axis. Si Achilles, si Sophocles at si Euripides ay sa drama naman, sila ay nagsulat ng kanilang mga aklat. Si Achilles ang nagsulat ng Prometheus Bound. Si Sophocles naman ay ang sumulat ng Oedipus Rex as Antigone. Si Euripides naman ang sumulat ng Trojan War. Ang susunod ay si Aristophanes. Sa komedya naman siya, ang kanyang mga isinulat ay pawang nagtatalakay sa politika at kaganapan sa Athens sa nakakatawang paraan. Si Hippocrates naman sa medisina, the father of medicine, sumulat ng Hippocratic Oath. Si Herophilus naman, siya ang the father of anatomy natin. Next, si Erasistratus, the father of physiology. Herodotus, the father of history. Thucydides, siyang sumulat ng History of Peloponnesian War. Si Socrates naman, sa philosophy naman tayo, ayon sa kanya, the unexamined life is not worth living at know thyself. So siya po ang gumawa, siya yung merong konsepto ng ilan sa mga paniniwala o mga prinsipyo natin ngayon. We have si Plato naman, siya din ay isang philosopher, siya ang mayakda ng The Republic, kung saan dito inilarawan niya ang isang ideal na state o estado. Aristotle, siya ang mayakda ng The Politics, kung saan tinalakay ang iba't ibang uri ng government. Si Zeno, siya naman ang nagpakilala ng filosofiyang Stoicism. Ito ay may malaking pagpapahalaga sa dignity, pagpipigil sa sarili at katuwaan. Meron silang kanya-kanyang mga aklat, meron silang mga artikulo. Depende yun sa kung ano ang kailangan mo. Sila ay ang mga sumulat ng mga yan. Si Phidias naman, isang sculptor, siya ang may obra maestra ng estatwang Athena sa Parthenon at ni Zeus sa Olympia. Okay. So isa sa pinakamahalagang pambanan ng kabias ng Greece ay ang tinatawag nating Parthenon. Okay? Ang Parthenon ay isang marmol na templo sa Acropolis sa Athens. Ito ay inalay sa diyosang si Athena na itinuturing ng mga mamamayan na kanilang patron. Itinuturing ang Parthenon na isang simbolo ng sinaunang Gresya, demokrasyang Atenyano, kabiasdang kanluranin at isa sa pinakadakilang monumentong pangkultural. So, narito ang itsura ng Parthenon. Yan ay matatagpuan sa Greece. Ito ay nakatayo sa Acropolis. Ang susunod naman ay, maliban sa Parthenon, merong tatlong mahalagang estilo ng haligi or columns ang ginawa ng mga Griego. Tinatawag itong Doric, ito yung pinakapayak ng disenyo. Ionic, ito yung mas payat, ang haligi na napapalamutan ng mga scroll. At ang Corinthian naman yung pinakamagarbong dekorasyon sa lahat. Tingnan natin ang larawan. Etong Doric, simple kumpara sa dalawa. Ionic, so may scroll siya. Corinthian, mas sophisticadong disenyo. Karaniwang makikita natin ang mga to sa disenyo ng mga poste ng mga gusali. Susunod ay ang sa larangan naman ng pananampalataya. Ang tradisyonal na pananampalataya sa Greece ay ang pagsamba sa mga Diyos. Of course, sa pangunguna ito ni Zeus. Si Zeus ang Diyos ng iba't ibang Diyos at Diyosa ng mga Griego. Pinaniniwalaan nila na ang kanilang mga Diyos ay naninirahan sa Mount Olympus at sila din ay naniniwala sa pag-aalay, katulad ng ating isinasagawa o ng ginagawa ng ibang lahi o yung mga tribo natin. No? So, sila ay nag-aalay para sa kanilang mga Diyos. That is the religious practices also. At yun yung mga mahalagang pamana ng Greece sa kabiasnan. So, natapos natin ang kabiasnang Minoan, Mycenaean, at kabiasnang classical ng Greece. Ngayon, dumako na tayo ngayon sa ating gawain. Tukuyin ang mga impormasyon upang mabuo natin ang buod ng ating tinalakay noong araw at sa araw na ito. Maaari niyong isulat ang inyong sagot sa inyong sagot ng papel o kaya i-type sa ating chat box ang inyong mga sagot. Umpisahan na natin ang inyong activity. Ang kabiasnang Minoan ay sumibol sa pulo ng blank sa Aegean Sea. Ang tampok na gusali sa lungsod na ito ay magarang palasyo ng hari na yari sa bato at napapalamutian ng mga blank. Ang kabisera ng kabiasnang Mycenaean ay ang lungsod ng blank. Ang lungsod ng blank ay ang kalabang lungsod ng Mycenaean. Ang tawag ng mga Greek sa kanilang sarili ay blank. Hango sa salitang blank, isang lugar sa hilagang kanluranin o kanluran ng Greece. Ang pinakatanyag na polis o lungsod-estado ng Greece ay ang blank at blank. Umunlad sa Greece ang blank o pamahalaan ng nakararami. Sa panahong blank, kumalat ang kabias ng Greek sa halos lahat ng kanila o ng kilalang bahagi. Atin ngayong isa-isahin ang mga tamang sagot. Ang unang sagot natin ay Crete. Okay? Sa isla ng Crete, diyan na itatag ang kabias ng Minoan. Pangalawa ay ang Marmol. Yan ang palamuti. Pangatlo ay ang kabisera ng Mycenaean ang Knossos. Ang lungsod ng blank ay ang kalabang lungsod ng Mycenaean. Ito ay ang lungsod ng Troy. Diyan naganap yung Trojan War. Ang tawag ng mga Greek sa kanilang sarili ay mga Hellenes. Ito ay ang salitang Hellas. Okay? So, ang pinakatanyag na polis o lungsod-estado sa Greece ay ang dalawa, Athens at Sparta. Umunlad sa Greece ang o pamahalaan na nakararami. It's democracy. Sa panahong blank, kumalat daw ang kabias ng Greek sa halos lahat ng kilalang bahagi ng daigdig. Sa panahon ng Hellenistic or Hellenic period. Okay? So, huwag niyong kakalimutan ang ating mahalagang leksyon na natutunan ngayon. Huwag kalimutang ibahagi ito sa iba. Muli, ito ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan, Teacher Charlie M. Peralta. Thank you and God bless you all.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Hello, TarlakHenyos, and good afternoon. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. Broadcasting live here in Quezon National High School, Herona Tarlac, via remote live broadcast. I am Teacher Dalia Dancel Ignacio, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for TLE Grade 8 Caregiving. How are you doing today, Grade 8 learners? I hope you're doing well and in good health while learning with us. I'll be with you for the next 25 minutes. So join me for another exciting learning adventure in caregiving. Before anything else, I want you to get your self-learning Module 1 in caregiving, learning activity sheets, paper and pen. Also, I want you to be in comfortable place, free of distractions, so that you can hear me loud and clear. And lastly, I'm inviting you to actively participate in our session today. If you are watching our FB Live, you can type your answers on the comment section. And for those who are listening to the radio and watching TV, you can write your answers on a piece of paper. And if you have any questions or need clarification on our lesson, please send me a message at 0995-9315-115. And I will answer all your questions immediately following this session. Before we begin with our new lesson for today, let's have a review. If you still remember class, we tackled about the definition of caregiving, caregiver, and what are the responsibilities of a caregiver. I prepared a short activity for you to complete to see if you really understood our previous lesson. Okay, are you ready? Let's have the first one. A person who is qualified to provide personal care independently or with minimal supervision to children, elderly, or people with special needs. What is your answer? That is correct. That is caregiver. Very good. Let me read the second statement. The activity or profession of regularly looking after a child or a sick, elderly, or disabled person. What do you think is the correct answer, class? That's commendable. Our second statement is caregiving. Nice start, dear learners. Let us now proceed with number 3. What are the duties and responsibilities of a caregiver? Okay, so we have here a graphic organizer, class, showing some of the duties and responsibilities of a caregiver. Like we have laundry, cooking, provide medical assistance, and cleaning. Now, did you get the 3 statements correctly? That's amazing. Great job, everyone. Even though our activity is that short and simple, I'm still hopeful that you have refreshed your minds about our lesson last time. So buckle up, everyone, and let's start today's session. At the end of this session, you are expected to identify caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia applicable in a specific job. Second, distinguish the functions of the caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia, and express the importance of identifying and classifying the basic caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia. Okay, so before we start with our lesson, let us have a short game. Are you familiar with the 4 picks 1 word class? Yes, I know you are, so let us begin. Okay, the direction. Guess the similarities of pictures to arrange the jumbled letters correctly. I will give you 3 seconds for each item. Are you ready? Let's have the first one. What is your answer? Very good. The answer is meal preparation. Now, can you identify the objects in the picture, class? So we have here the tongue, the ladle, the chopping board, and the microwave oven. These objects are used for meal preparation. Now, moving on with the second picture. What is your answer? Yes, excellent. That is cleaning. The different objects that you can see in the picture is used in cleaning, like the duster, the broom, the dustpan, and the vacuum cleaner. I know, class, that you are familiar with these objects because you have it at home. Now let us try number 3. So what do you think the answer, class? The jumbled letter is washing. Nice one. You are doing great. What are the objects that belongs here? Can you name some? Yes, very good. We have here the hanger, the laundry basket, the dryer, and the washing machine. Moving on with item number 4. What is your answer, class? That is ironing. Good job, dear students. Do you have this at home, class? Yes, of course, because you always use this object when you are ironing your clothes, like the flat iron, the hanger, the laundry basket, and the ironing board. The last number 5. What is the hidden word, class? So the answer is vital signs. You are doing great. Where did you usually use these objects? Yes, in the hospital or clinic or even at home. Can you name some? We have here the thermometer, the stethoscope, and BP apparatus, which are used in taking vital signs. Good job, dear students! You unlock the hidden words in 4 picks 1 word game. Again, we have the meal preparation, cleaning, washing, and ironing, and vital signs also. The objects that you have identified a while ago are the tools, equipment, and paraphernalia in caregiving. Now, class, we will identify caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia according to its types and distinguish its specific functions. Tools, equipment, and paraphernalia. Are these terms the same, class? Let's find out. Tools, equipment are terms that are often used interchangeably without knowing the actual difference between tools and equipment. But in fact, they have different definitions. What are tools, class? Tools are devices used by hand when doing an activity or work. These are designed to do a particular kind of work. It can be considered as extension of the human hand, thus increasing speed, power, and accuracy. On the other hand, equipment usually denotes a set of complements that are used to provide a specific service or function, which include any machine powered by electricity. Whereas paraphernalia are commonly referred to a group of apparatus for a particular activity. These basic materials need always to be sterilized to make them free from bacteria or other microorganisms. I hope you jot down the information shared to you, grade 8 learners, for your future reference. To continue, tools, equipment, and paraphernalia used in caregiving are classified according to functions. These functions are namely used for meal preparation, used for cleaning, washing and ironing, and used for taking vital signs. Always remember that there is a need to familiarize the tools, equipment, and paraphernalia in caregiving so that we can contribute to the well-being of the persons we are caring. To be more acquainted with caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia, here are the different classification and its function. Okay, caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia used in meal preparation. Let's have the first one, the air pot. An air pot is a vessel quality or usually rounded which is used for holding liquid to maintain heat or coldness. However, in rural areas or in barrios, some of us are familiar in using thermos in keeping a drink or any liquid hot. Next, we have the blender. It is a kitchen and laboratory appliance which is used to mix, to puree or emulsify food and other substances. Next, we have the coffee maker. It is an electric countertop appliance that brews hot coffee automatically. Then we have the chopping board. A chopping board is a flat wooden or plastic board where meats or vegetables can be cut. Electric knife. It is a kitchen device which is used for slicing food. It requires less physical effort than an ordinary knife and makes neater slices. But you can still use ordinary knives, dear students, in slicing foods if that tool is not available. We have also electric can opener. This is a very useful device which is used to open canned goods with ease and accuracy. Food processor. It is a multitasking tool which is used to slice, dice, or whip food ingredients. Then we have the tongs. A food tong is an instrument with two hinge or sprung arms for grasping and holding. Then we have the ladle. It is a long handled spoon with a deep bowl at the end for serving food, especially broth or soup. Then we have microwave oven. A microwave oven is an oven that uses microwave to cook or heat the food. Then the stove. It is an appliance in which electricity or gas is utilized to supply heat to be used for cooking or reheating. There you have it, the different caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia used in meal preparation. Now, let's find out the tools, equipment, and paraphernalia used for cleaning, washing, and ironing. Okay, class, let's have first the bottle sterilizer. An apparatus used to destroy microorganisms in a container like baby's bottle through boiling. Then broom. It is a tool which is used for sweeping dirt. It consists of twigs and bristles bound together and attached to a handle. Clothes hanger. A hanger resembles to the shape of person's shoulders and used to hang garments on. Then we have dishwasher. This is a mechanical device for cleaning dishes, eating utensils, and pots. It automatically washes the dishes like plates, the fork, and spoon. The dryer. A dryer is a machine or apparatus that removes moisture through the ventilation or heat. Then we have dustpan. A dustpan is a handled pan or scoop into which dust is swept from the floor. Next, the duster. A duster is a cloth or brush which is used in removing dirt and dust from the furniture. We have also the flat iron. A flat iron is an electric appliance which is used along with ironing board, to iron or press clothing and other fabrics. We have also ironing board. This is a long, narrow, padded board, often with folded supporting legs, used as a working surface for ironing. Then we have the laundry or sorting basket. A laundry basket is a hamper that is used for holding dirty clothes for washing or wet clothes for drying. It may also be used for sorting clean clothes to be folded. Then we have the vacuum cleaner. It is an electrical appliance which is used for cleaning floors, carpets, and furniture by suction. Then the last one is the washing machine. A washing machine is an electric appliance which is used for washing clothes and linen. Now let's have the common tools, equipment, and paraphernalia in taking vital signs. But first, let us define class what is vital signs. Vital signs is a reflect essential body functions. It is a sign that an individual or a person is still alive because of our heartbeat, body temperature, pulse rate, breathing rate, and our blood pressure. The first item class is the BP apparatus aneroid or the sphygmomanometer. It is a mercury-free and consists of a cuff that can be applied with one hand for self-testing. A valve that inflates and deflates automatically with the data displayed on an easy to read gauge that will function in any position. Okay, next we have the BP apparatus digital. A stethoscope that is built in or attached, and a valve that inflates and deflates automatically with the data displayed on the LCD. Next, we have the BP apparatus mercury. It is a mercury-based unit, has a manually inflatable cuff attached by tubing the unit that is calibrated in millimeters of mercury. During blood pressure measurement, the unit must be kept upright on a flat surface and the gauge read at eye level. Okay, class, next we have the stethoscope. A stethoscope is an instrument which is used for listening to the action of our heart and lungs. It usually consists of a circular piece placed against the chest, with tubes leading to earpieces. Then we have the thermometer. A thermometer is an instrument for measuring body temperature. Nowadays, because of the pandemic, before we can enter to an establishment, we need to check the temperature of that person first. So the normal body temperature of a person is between 36.5 degrees Celsius to 37 degrees Celsius. When the temperature is higher than the given figures, one will be suspect as a carrier of the said coronavirus. So we have to take good care of our health class, okay? There you got it, grade 8 learners. The classifications and functions of caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia. So class, why it is important to identify and classify the basic caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia and its function. It is a very important responsibility for a caregiver to make sure that he or she may use his exact tools, equipment, and paraphernalia in a specific job. You may become a caregiver in the future, dear learners. Thus, you should be familiar with the different tools, equipment, and paraphernalia that you will use in performing your duty. And you should always remember the safety precautions in using these objects. Now, let us seal your understanding by answering a short activity. I have prepared here a multiple choice quiz to see if you really understood our today's lesson. Are you ready, class? Okay, so let's start. Get your paper and pen and I will read the questions twice. Then write the letter of the correct answer. I will give you 5 seconds to answer each question. Are you ready, grade 8 learners? Okay, let's have question number 1. It is a cloth brush which is used in removing dirt and dust. Again, it is a cloth brush which is used in removing dirt and dust. A. Broom. B. Duster. C. Dustpan. D. Vacuum cleaner. Okay, so let's move to question number 2. Which of the following caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia is used to cook and heat food? Again, which of the following caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia is used to cook and heat food? A. Ladle. B. Blender. C. Coffee maker. And letter D. Microwave oven. Next, we have number 3. This device usually found in a clinic, hospitals, or in a barangay health centers used for listening the heart and lungs action. Again, this device usually found in a clinic, hospitals, or in a barangay health centers used for listening the heart and lungs action. Letter A is sphygmomanometer, B thermometer, C pyrometer, and letter D stethoscope. Okay, moving on with question number 4. Which of the following caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia belong to cleaning, washing, and ironing classification? Again, which of the following caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia belong to cleaning, washing, and ironing classification? Letter A, airpot. B, coffee maker. C, thermometer. And letter D, vacuum cleaner. Okay, last number, we have number 5. Which of the following caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia used for holding and carrying the laundry basket and after wash? Again, which of the following caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia used for holding and carrying the laundry before and after wash? Letter A, flat iron. B, clothes hanger. C, laundry or sorting basket. And letter D, washing machine. Okay, so are you done, dear students? Now, let us check your answers. Let's have number 1. What letter? That is letter B, duster. Number 2, letter D, microwave oven. Number 3, letter D, stethoscope. Number 4, letter D, vacuum cleaner. And number 5, we have letter C, laundry or sorting basket. Okay, so you can count your scores now. So for those who got a perfect score, congratulations! You did a great job. For those who got 3 to 4, very good. And for those who got 2 and below, don't feel bad, but you have to study harder, okay? So that was a great learning experience with you, dear grade 8 learners. Hopefully, you enjoyed our lesson for today. Thank you for listening and for being active in answering our activity. I will be glad to be with you again on our next episode for another exciting topic. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DCTC 828 AM station. sponsored by our ever-supportive Congressman, Honorable Charlie Cuangco of 1st District. Always remember our hashtag. We aim for skills, knowledge, and progress in TLE. I am Teacher Dalia Dansal Ignacio, your Grade 8 TLE teacher broadcaster. Don't forget to follow our health protocols. Stay safe until next time. Good day everyone and God bless us all.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino, impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Alam niyo ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam niyo na! Yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas.
Sa ngalan ng pag-ibig,
Pangakong ikaw lang.
walang hindi gagawin.
Walang hindi hahamakin.
Paulit-ulit,
Araw-araw, ikaw pa rin.
For richer,
For poorer, in sickness and in health. Kung mahal mo sila,
magpa-booster ka.
promise,
Pexman, ligtas para sa lahat. One FM. One lang yan. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. One FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. One FM. One FM. Your only one FM.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid.
Aral TarlakHenyo
Sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
At sa bayang naririnig sa DCTC 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito,
sa Puro Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
Sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Minasan, konnichiwa, or should I say, good afternoon, everyone. Hello there, grade 8 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac. I am your teacher broadcaster, Russell G. A. Jimenez, and today we are bound to another fun-filled learning journey in Music 8. You can participate in our Facebook Live on RTV Tarlac Channel 26 by writing your name, your school, your section where you're from, and participate actively in our lesson by typing in your answers on the comment box section. Last week, we were able to experience and appreciate the music of Korea. Do you still remember the two classifications of Korean music? Very good. The two classifications of Korean music are Chongaku and Sogak. Chongaku refers to the music of the noble classes, and Sogak refers to the music of lower classes or for the general public. And what do you call in a kind of music presented to audiences by skilled vocal singers and drummers in Korea? That's right. Pansori is a kind of music presented to audiences by skilled vocal singers and drummers in Korea. All right, I hope you were able to get all the correct answers. As we are about to start with the new lesson, make sure to bring your MAPE Learner's Manual, your learning activity sheet, your pen and notebook with you, because today we will be amazed by the interesting music culture of Japan. Now that you have your learning manuals with you, let's get started. Let us now proceed to our next destination, the country in East Asia, also known as the land of the rising sun, Japan. Japan, Nippon or Nihon, is an island country in East Asia located in the Northwest Pacific Ocean. It is bordered on the west by Sea of Japan and extends from the Sea of Okhotsk in the north toward the East China Sea and Taiwan in the south. The culture of Japan is well known around the world, including its art, cuisine, popular culture, and music, which encompasses prominent comic, animation, and video game industries. Although Japan is obviously the most westernized country today all over Asia, Japanese people are known as being great guardians of tradition. When it comes to music and all other forms of art, traditions are firmly and safely preserved. Their native music was fully enriched by their assimilation of cultural influences from South and Southeastern Asia, notably China and Korea. For today's episode, we will be focusing to learn about the vocal music of Japan. When we say vocal music, it is a music that uses and emphasizes the human voice. Sometimes instruments are used, but the voice is the most important part. Japanese vocal music plays a very important role in their country. The Japanese people consider their vocal music far more important than their instrumental music. It is considered as the heart of expression in Japanese music. Their vocal music is based on the intervals of human breathing and is not particular on the mathematical timing. The vocal music of Japan is based on two fundamental human activities, namely speech and movement. Speech includes the rhythm, the tone, and the cadences of the song, while movement refers to the body movement of the singers as he or she interprets the song. The main tone of Japanese vocal music has two modes, the yo scale and the in scale. Yo is the major tone or the anhemitonic scale or pentatonic scale without semitones, usually produces happy and bright sounds. It only uses 5 notes, the do, re, fa, sol, and la. Another is the in scale or the hemitonic or pentatonic scale with semitones. In scale contains minor notes and is contrasted with the yo scale, which does not contain minor notes. The Japanese vocal music texture and harmony is monophonic, consisting only of a single musical line. The vocal timbre is in high tight-throated and melismatic manner. In music, melismatic refers to a style of singing in which a single syllable of text is sung carried through many notes. Japanese traditional music usually follows a three-part form called johakyu. It starts slow, jo, builds up, ha, and then gets faster, ending with the slow tempo, kyu. For those who have just tuned in, you are watching Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac. Moving on, let us now study the Japanese vocal styles. One is shomyo. Shomyo is a Buddhist ritual chant. When we say chant, it is a type of song with a repetitive, monotonous structure. Shomyo is considered as one of the oldest living forms of vocal music in Japan, usually sang by Buddhist monks in which breath control and breath expression are being practiced. Let us now watch and listen to this example vocal music of shomyo. From that song, we've heard a slow breathing technique, a characteristic of shomyo, a breath rhythm or a rhythm where the singer stops when there is no more breath. It is also characterized by its ample range, from the lowest to the highest pitch and melismatic melody pattern. Learners Shomyo is similar to the Hudhud narrative chant of the Cordilleras. The Hudhud talks about customary law, religious beliefs, rituals, traditional practices, and importance of rice cultivation. The Hudhud is chanted alternately by the first narrator and a choir, employing a single melody for all the verses. The regional folk song about the life of the ordinary people is called Minyo, another vocal style of Japanese. The word Minyo is a compound word. Min means folk or people, and so, which means song. Minyo. These regional songs can be categorized into work songs like work songs of fishermen and farmers, lullabies, religious songs, songs used for different gatherings like weddings, funerals, and festivals, and children's songs. Presented on the screen is the musical notation of Harugakita, one of the best examples of minyo in Japan, a popular Japanese children's song meaning springtime is coming. The folk song is in 4/4 time signature. It is also in the key of C and in a 3-part form. Let us try to read the lyrics of the Harugakita. Harugakita, Harugakita, doko ni kita. Yama ni kita, sato ni kita, no ni mo kita. Han nagasaku, doko ni saku. Yama ni saku, sato ni saku, no ni mo saku. Toriganaku, doko de naku. Yama de naku, sato de naku, no demo naku. In English translation, spring has come, here in the mountains, here in the village, here in the fields. Flowers bloom, here in the mountains, here in the village, here in the fields. Birds are singing, here in the mountains, here in the village, here in the fields. Let us listen to the melody of Harugakita, an example of Japanese minyo vocal song. The song, but this time you have to follow and sing the song.
No, inana Haru nakita, doko ni kita. Yama ni kita, saka ni kita, doni mo kita. Hanangasaku, doko ni Yama ni saku, saka ni saku, doni mo saku. Tori ga naku, doko de naku. Yama de naku, saka de naku, dore mo naku.
This time, let's try to sing Harugakita with an action. Learners, follow and sing with me. Harugakita, doko ni kita. Yama ni kita, sato ni kita, noni mo kita. Hanagasaku, doko ni saku. Yama ni saku, sato ni saku, noni mo saku. Spring has come. Where has it come? It has come to the mountains. It has come to the village. And it has come to the field. Toriganaku, doko de katu. Yama de naku, sato de naku, no demo naku. Very good, learners. Did you like the song? Harugakita is a short and sweet song about the arrival of spring with simple repeated lyrics that has 3 verses, which is easy to learn and sing. Another well-known and most loved folk song of Japan is Sakura. Sakura means cherry blossom, Japan's national flower. This old Japanese song was originally known as Saita Sakura, which talks about the cherry tree. In late March, the trees explode with beautiful white and pink blossoms all at the same time. These flowers only last for a few weeks until sometime in the beginning of May. The cherry blossoms don't last very long, and this is exactly why they are such an important symbol in Japan. Presented on the screen is the musical notation of Sakura. Let us try to read the lyrics. Sakura, Sakura, Yayoi no sora wa miwatasu kagiri, kasumika kumoka, niyo izo izuru, izaya, izaya, niniyukan. In English translation, cherry blossoms across the spring sky. As far as you can see, it is a mist of or clouds, fragrant in the air. Come now, let's look at last. Let us now listen to the melody and discover the beautiful folk song of Japan, the Sakura. Now I will play the song Sakura, and this time you have to follow and sing the song. Did you like the song, learners? What is the title of the song again? Correct, Sakura. Sakura is a massive part of Japan's culture and tradition. The flowers were considered as a representation of spring, hope, beauty, joy, peace, and new life. This time, let's do your activities. Bring out your learning activity sheet and answer activity 1 entitled, Tell Me How You Feel. All you have to do is to describe the song Sakura in terms of the different musical elements used and write your observations provided in each column. I'm giving you half a minute to answer. Ready? Start! Few seconds to go. Few more seconds. And yes, can you believe it? Time's up, learners. Don't forget to submit your output to your MAPE teacher. Before we finally end this episode, let me remind you about your performance assessment. For the directions, you have to choose one from the vocal music of Japan and prepare a short video presentation of your singing performance. Send a copy of your performance to your MAPE teacher. For the rubrics of your performance assessment, we have timbre, pitch, rhythmic accuracy, and expression. To wrap our lesson, Japan is very rich in culture, especially in music. Just like our country, the Philippines, we were able to learn Japan history and beliefs and discover how people from Japan express their feelings through their vocal music. And as they say, one way of learning culture is through music. All right, for your assignment, make an advanced reading on your next topic in Music 8 about the musical instruments of East Asian country. This exciting and fun lesson will be discussed on Thursday. For questions and clarifications, do not hesitate to ask assistance from your family or just send me a message via my Facebook official account or messenger, Russell G. A. Jimenez. Thank you to all learners who have participated. I hope you have learned a lot. Again, I am Russell G. A. Jimenez, your teacher broadcaster in Music 8. Always remember, we can travel and explore the world through music. Until next time!
Bahagi mo.
Radyo
Radyo Pilipino. Saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296, Dagupan, DZTC 828, Tarlac, DZLT 1188, Lucena, DZYM 1539, Mindoro, DWRL 1080, Legazpi, DWRN 657, Naga, DYRB 540, Cebu, DYRL 1035, Bacolod, DYRN 1134, Dumaguete, DXCO 1044, Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765, General Santos, DXOC 1494, Ozamis, DXOW 981, Davao, at Radio Filipino Podcast Center, Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo, Radio Filipino, napapakinggan on air, and online, sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiofilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo, Radio Filipino. Radio Filipino.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTC 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing, we are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud, I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
The word boondocks, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radio Filipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gahutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Hello there, grade 9 learners. Welcome to another exciting Thursday learning experience. This is Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. We are also broadcasting live at Converge Cable Channel 100. This is Ma'am Hazel Grace Barroso from San Julian Santa Maria High School, your teacher broadcaster for today. How are you, students? I hope you're doing great. Today, we are going to discuss the second lesson of the second quarter in English 9. So before we start, make sure that you have your modules with you along with your notebook and pen as we explore the wonders of English 9 literature. Are you ready? Let's begin. Today's topic is an enrichment of the last topic discussed, which was on making connections between text to particular social issues, concerns, or dispositions in life. At the end of this lesson, you are expected to, first, differentiate the types of connection, and second, make connections between text to particular social issues, concerns, or dispositions in life. In this episode, we will go through the following activities. Activity 1, let us begin. Activity 2, let us take note A. 3, let us take note B. 4, let us apply. And 5, let us strengthen. As we go through our topic, we shall use the concepts in the first lessons. The 3 types of connections you used in making connections with the poem Air by Rudyard Kipling. These 3 types are, number 1, text-to-self connections, which means personal connections that the reader makes between himself and the material. Second is text-to-text connections, which is connection between the material read to another material. And third is text-to-world connections, which is connection between the material read and the current issues and happenings of the world. Let's start with activity 1. Let us begin. Read the 4 lines of the Sonnet 43, How Do I Love Thee, by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. For our viewers, it will be flashed on screen, and for our listeners through our radio station, please follow through your learning activity sheet. Complete the anchor chart below by continuing the given statement. Let us now read the last 4 lines of the Sonnet 43, How Do I Love Thee, by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. I love thee with a love I seem to lose. With my lost saints, I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears, all my life. And if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death. Now, after reading those lines, what time of your love does it remind you? How about what story or another poem does it remind you? Or what real-life situation does it remind you of? You may now write your answer in your answer sheet, or you may type your answers on the comments section. Your answers are all acceptable, since those questions help us to be connected with the text easier. But most importantly, these questions serve as your guide in distinguishing what type of connection you used after reading a certain text. Here are the guide questions you can use to determine what type of connection you need in order to understand more of a certain text. The first one is text-to-self connection. We have, what does this remind me of in my life? How is this similar or different from my life? Has something like this happened to me? How does this relate to my life? In text-to-word connection, we have I read about something like this before? What does this remind me of in another book I read? How is this text similar or different to other things I read? Those are questions for text-to-text connection. And lastly, we have the text-to-word connection. We have, what does this remind me of in the real world? How is this text similar or different to other things happening in real world? How does this part relate to the world around me? Let us now try to use these concepts and discover more by going through a poem analysis with this activity 2. Let us take note A. Read each item carefully. Choose the letter of the correct answers. Are you ready? Let's begin. Read the poem with me. Sonnet 43, How Do I Love Thee by Elizabeth Barrett Brown. How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach, when feeling out of sight for the ends of being grace and ideal grace. I love thee to the level of everyday's most quiet need, by sun and candlelight. I love thee freely, as men strive for right. I love thee purely, as they turn from praise. I love thee with a passion put to use, in my old griefs and with my childhood's faith. I love thee with the love I seem to lose, with my lost saints. I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears, all my life. And if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death. Now, which of the following statements best describe the central theme of the poem, How Do I Love Thee? Is it A, love is unconditional and eternal? B, coming of age is when one is willing to give up everything for another person? C, true freedom comes from freedom of the soul? Or D, love requires sacrifice and is not always? The answer is A. Love is unconditional and eternal. We will understand more of its theme as we go through the next items. This sonnet helped kickstart more on the theme of modern Victorian love from a woman's perspective. Note, the emphasis is on the repetition and reinforcement of the speaker's love for someone. There is no mention of a specific name or gender, giving the sonnet a universal appeal. But who do you think is the speaker of the poem? Is it A, William Shakespeare, B, Elizabeth Barrett Browning, C, Robert Browning, or D, Petrarch? Alright, the speaker of the poem is most probably Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Have you noticed there is a repetitive word, the key phrase of love, I love thee, and the word thee, which we can say contributed greatly to the poem's overall emotional effect. But to whom does thee prefer? Is it A, the speaker, B, the speaker's lover, C, God, or D, man? You are correct. The speaker uses the word the to establish right away that she is addressing her lover throughout the poem. We can observe that speaker poses the question that's going to lead the entire poem. How do I love thee? Lines 2 to 4 suggest that her love is all-encompassing, stretching to the limits, even when she feels that her existence, which is the word being, and God's divine, which is the word grace, might end. It's the love she has for her lover that sustains. Note the contrast between the attempt to measure her love with rational language, which are the word depth, breadth, and height, and the use of the words soul, being, and grace, which implies something intangible and spiritual. Now in lines 5 to 8, the speaker continues with her passionate need to differentiate the many ways her love for her lover manifests. She clearly tells the reader that she loves him enough to meet all of his simple needs during the most quiet need, by sun and candlelight. The day, which is the word sun, and the evening during the night, which is the word candlelight. Her love is unconditional and therefore free. She doesn't want anything, for this is freely given. It is a humble kind of love, untainted by ego. Now, read these lines from the poem. I love thee with a passion put to use. In my old griefs and with my childhood faith, I love thee with the love I seem to lose, with my lost saints. Based on these lines, what can you conclude about the speaker's past? Is it letter A? There have been times of joy and pride in the speaker's past. Letter B. There have been times of sadness and loss in the speaker's past. C. There have been times of hate and violence in the speaker's past. Or D. There have been times of boredom and disgust in the speaker's past. That is correct. It is letter C. There have been times of hate and violence in the speaker's past. The speaker now looks to the past and compares her newfound passions with those of the old griefs. She might have a negative past as an adult. In contrast, her childhood had been a happy one, as she refers to the second half of the line 10, a child faith is pure and innocent and sees fresh opportunity in everything. How about in these lines? I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life. This shows that her returned love is her very breath. Not only that, but also the good and bad times with her lover. On the last line, if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death. What does this line reveal about the narrator's perspective? Is it A, the speaker believes that she and her loved one shall be together in the afterlife? B, the speaker fears she will be separated from her loved one after death? C, the speaker believes her love is so strong that it will not fade until death but grows stronger? Or D, the speaker has faith in a grand design that God will choose what is best for her and her lover. Alright, the speaker believes her love is so strong that it will not fade even in a death but grows stronger. The theme Barrett Browning's poem is that true love is an all-consuming passion, unconditional and eternal. The quality of true love, the poet especially stresses, is its spiritual nature. True love is an article of faith, references soul, grace, praise, faith, saints, and God. Help create this impression. The last line confirms the power of true love asserting as it is eternal, surviving after even death. That's the end of Activity 2. Congratulations! You have just connected with the poem. Now, to understand more the three types of connection, let us try the next activity. Let us take note B. Read each item carefully. Identify whether the statements are true by putting the check mark and X if the statement is false. Let's go on to item number 1. I saw a program on television that talked about eternal love like this in the poem. Is an example of text-to-self connection. Is it an X or a check? Alright, it is an X. It must be a text-to-text connection, since the speaker was reminded by a program on television which also came from a text before portrayed. Item number 2. Sometimes when reading, readers are reminded of other things that they have read, other books by the same author, stories from a similar genre, or perhaps the same topic. These types of connection are text-to-text connection. Is it a check or an X? That is correct. It is true, therefore a check. Text-to-text connections are connection between texts we have read to another text. Item number 3. The poem How Do I Love Thee reminds me of how I love my family is an example of text-to-word connection. Is it a check or an X? You got it right. It is an X. It must be a text-to-self connection, since the speaker was reminded of her own feelings. Item number 4. When I read the line I love thee to the level of everyday's most quiet need by sun and candlelight, I remember the times I always show my mom how I love her. Is an example of text-to-self connection. Is it a check or an X? Correct. It is true. Therefore a check. Last item, we have the item number 5. I understand how the speaker of the poem feels because I already experienced loving the same way. This is an example of text-to-text connection. Is it a check or an X? Alright, it is a check. This is because the speaker was reminded of her own experience. That ends Activity 3. Congratulations! You're now ready for the application. Let us now check how well you learned with our topic. Let's have Activity 4. Let us apply. Choose what type of connection is present in each situation using the corresponding emoji. Star emoji for text-to-text connection, heart emoji for text-to-self connection, and flower emoji for text-to-word connection. You can write your answers on your learning activity sheets. I hope you're ready. Let us now begin. Anna said after reading a book, "When I read about Minjin being mean to other students, I think about how when I was in grade school, there was a mean girl in the playground. One time, she even pulled my hair." What type of connection is presented? Very good. The answer is heart emoji, because Anna was reminded of her own experience. Number 2. The story reminds me of a documentary I watched on CNN yesterday, where a guy got caught stealing a bike and he fell off the bike as the police were chasing him. Is it a star emoji or heart emoji? or a flower emoji? The answer is heart emoji. Star emoji. It is because a documentary also came from a narrative text. Third item. The news article about the COVID-19 pandemic I read last night made me think about how people surpassed the influenza pandemic in the 1918 and the H1N1 in 2009. The answer is flower emoji, since the impact of the news article reminded the speaker about what is happening in real world. Next item we have, Lisa said, the moment I read the article about saving animals, it made me feel more grateful to the approved policies and bills in the Senate about saving endangered animals. The answer is flower emoji. This is because when Lisa read the text, she immediately thought of a bill and policy which were implemented in real world. Last item we have, it seems deja vu that I bumped into someone while walking in the streets, holding these flowers. Oh, I remember now. I read like this the other day in one of the romance electronic book in Wattpad. Karil screamed with appeasement while telling her story to her best friend. What emoji shall we put? Correct. It is heart emoji. Karil has connected her experience to the book he had read. That's the end of activity 4. You did well. You really applied the learnings you acquired from our topic. I hope your learnings on making connections and differentiating them will help you understand more certain text and apply it to help you understand more of the real world. Now, you are all geared up to strengthen your learnings through the next activity that I will be giving you, which you will be accomplishing after watching this episode. Make your own poem with your own title while having the same theme with How Do I Love Thee. You can use any of 3 types of connection. Highlight the lines that illustrate the type of connection you have used. You can use the following ways to highlight: underline for text-to-self connection, double underline for text-to-text connection, and italicized or slant for text-to-world connection. Be guided by the following criteria flashed on your screen. This is also given in your learning activity sheets as part of the rubric. Wow, you really did great and fantastic today, grade 9 English learners. I hope you always practice making connections with whatever you read. For this will surely help you understand more of its theme and message, thus giving you a widened perspective of the literature and the world. Until our next Learning Discovery learners, here with Aral TarlakHenyo on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. This has been Ma'am Hazel Grace Barroso, your partner in discovering the wonderful and fantastic world of English 9 literature. Have a great day, everyone!
Bahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas. Saan mang bahagi ng mundo. Ano mang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Napapakinggan on air, and online. Sa buong mundo. Sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Ibinahagi ni Tarlac 1st District Congressman Jaime D. Coangco sa kanyang Facebook page kamakailan ng naganap na turnover ceremony at Memorandum of Agreement signing para sa bagong service ambulance sa Kamiling Tarlac. Ang bagong service ambulance ay mapupunta sa Gilberto O. Teodoro Memorial Hospital. Ginanap kamakailan sa paunguna ng City Government of Tarlac ang meeting at awarding of Certificate of Appreciation para sa mga concessionaries o traders na nakiisa sa kakatapos na Kaisa Food and Trade Fair 2023 sa Tarlac City. Ang nasabing aktibidad ay sinagawa sa Tarlac City New Plaza Building, katuwang ang Tarlac City Cooperative and Enterprise Development. Ibinigay ni Paniki Mayor Max Rojas sa Red Cross Philippines Tarlac ang 600,000 pesos na indigency fund kasabay ng pagbisita ng Red Cross sa opisina nito. Kasabay ng pagbisita ng mga ito ay ang pagsasagawa rin ng Red Cross 143 Volunteer Program Orientation. Layunin nitong mas mapabuti at mapatatag ang serbisyo ng ahensya sa mamamayan. Ipinangalan kay yumaong Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago ang Town Hall Building sa La Paz, Tarlac. Sa paunguna ni La Paz Mayor Venus D. Jordan, pinangalan ang Town Hall Building ng Bayan ng Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago Building Pamahalaang Bayan ng La Paz. Ang pagpapangalan ay bilang pagkilala sa yumaong senadora. Dinaluhan ni Tarlac Province Governor Susan A. Yap ang nasabing aktibidad, kasama si former Batangas Governor Jose Antonio Leveste, Congressman Noel N. Rivera, DILG Tarlac Provincial Director Army V. Bactad, PNP Tarlac Provincial Director Erwin O. Sangke at iba pang mga respetadong individual. Masayang ibinahagi ni Paniki Mayor Max Rojas sa mga bagong slides, swing at iba pang mga equipment para sa publiko. Ang mga bagong dating na kagamitan ay matatagpuan sa Children's Playground ng bayan. Samantala, kamakailan ay nagsagawa naman ng courtesy call ang National Food Authority Tarlac Branch Office sa opisina ng alkalde. Dito tinalakay ang mga gagandang programang makakatulong pa sa mga lokal na magsasaka. Kasama din sa nasabing pagpupulong ay si Vice Mayor Aida Bien Rojas.
Alam niyo ba na ang whale shark ay hindi isang whale? Ang whale shark o butanding ay kinikilalang world's largest fish at tinatawag gentle giants. May sukat itong 12 meters. Maliliit ang ngipin ng butanding, kaya naman planktons o maliliit na hipon at isda lang ang kaya nilang kainin. Simula noong 2011, marami nang nahumaling mag-whale shark watching sa Oslo, Cebu. Alam niyo na, yan ang whale shark!
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagmumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng araling panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao, at makabansa.
Mabuhay! And welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at DZTC 828, Radio Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang buhay! Narito na naman tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta kayo mga minamahal naming mga mag-aaral? Sana'y lagi kayong nasa mabuting kalagayan. At ako ay labis na nagagalak at humahanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi at pagsisikap sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang madagdagan ang inyong kaalaman sa kabila ng hamon na dulot ng pandemya. Nagbabalik ang inyong ekonomistang guro, Ginoong Darwin V. Capian, broadcasting live mula dito sa Barangay Mababanaba, Municipality of San Jose and Province of Tarlac. Narito ako muli upang kayo isamahan na galugarin, alamin, at unawain ang nilalaman ng ating aralin sa oras na ito. Bago pa man tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, narito ang ilan sa mga mahalagang paalala. Siguraduhin ninyong nasa lugar kayo ngayon na komportable at maayos na napapanood at napakikinggan ang ating live broadcast. Sa puntong ito, mga grade 9 students, nais ko nang kunin ninyo ang inyong module sa Araling Panlipunan 9 para sa ikalawang linggo sa ikalawang markahan na may pamagat na ang demand. Ihanda na rin ninyo ang inyong pluma at sagutang papel o kwaderno para sa pagtatala ng mga mahalagang impormasyon na aking mababanggit sa ating talakayan. Mga mag-aral, ang ating paksang aralin sa araw na ito ay mga salik ng demand. Ngunit bago tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, balikan muna natin ang nakaraang paksa. Natatandaan pa ba ninyo mga mag-aaral? Magaling! Ang ating nakaraang paksa ay tungkol sa konsepto ng demand. Tatandaan pa ba ninyo ang kahulugan ng demand? Ang demand ay tumutukoy sa dami ng produkto at serbisyo na nais bilhin sa isang takdang presyo at lugar. Matatawag natin na may demand kapag ang produkto at serbisyo ay nakakapagbigay ng kasiyahan at nakatutugon sa ating pangangailangan. Ano ba ang mga halimbawa ng mga bagay o demand na nagbibigay sa atin ng kasiyahan at nakatutugon sa ating pangangailangan? Nariyan ang mga pagkain, damit, sapatos, at cellphone at iba pang mga personal na gamit. Ano naman ulit ang tinatawag nating batas ng demand? Isinasaad ng batas na ito na magkasalungat o inverse ang ugnayan ng presyo at quantity demanded sa isang produkto. Meron tayong tinatawag na kalagayan na ceteris paribus, kung saan presyo lamang ang nakakaapekto sa demand. At ang sabi ng batas na ito, kapag tumaas ang presyo ng isang produkto, bumababa ang maaring bilhin o demand ng isang mamimili. Kabaligtaran naman, kapag bumaba ang presyo ng mga produkto, merong pagtaas ng demand o quantity demanded. Atin namang balikan ang tatlong pamamaraan na nagpapakita ng konsepto ng demand. Una dyan ay ang tinatawag nating demand schedule. Ito ay isang talaan na nagpapakita ng dami at handang bilhin ng mga mamimili sa iba't ibang presyo. Kaugnay ng demand schedule ay ang tinatawag nating demand curve. Ano naman ito? Ito ay isang kurba sa graph na nagpapakita ng salungat na ugnayan ng presyo at sa dami na gusto at kayang bilhin ng consumer. At kaugnay ng demand schedule, demand curve, ay ang tinatawag nating demand function. Ito naman ay isang matematikong pagpapakita ng ugnayan na meron ang presyo at ang tinatawag nating quantity demanded. So yon ang tungkol sa konsepto ng demand. Alam kong handang-handa na kayo at nasasabik sa ating bagong aralin. Kaya naman kung kailangan ninyong magbanyo, ay gawin na ngayon iyan. Dahil sa ilang saglit lang ay akin nang ihahatid ang mga impormasyon ng ating bagong paksa. At inaasahan ko na sa pagtatapos ng ating talakayan ay inyong natatalakay ang konsepto at salik na nakaaapekto sa demand sa pang-araw-araw na pamumuhay. Inuulit ko po sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aaral sa ikasyam na baitang na nanonood at nakikinig sa ating live broadcast ngayon. Kung kayo po ay may mga katanungan o nais linawin sa ating paksa sa araw na ito, i-message nyo lang po ako sa aking messenger account. I-type po ang Darwin Valete Capian o mag-text at tumawag sa numerong 0949-887-3684. Inuulit ko po, ang numerong maaari po ninyong i-text o tawagan ay 0949-887-3684. Sa puntong ito ay sukatin muna natin ang inyong paunang kaalaman tungkol sa ating paksa. Handa na ba kayo, mga mag-aaral? Very good! Para sa ating panuto, tukuyin at isulat sa sagutang papel ang tamang salita. Para sa bawat katanungan, bibigyan ko kayo ng 5 hanggang 10 segundo sa pagsagot. Para sa unang bilang, ano kaya ang salitang ito? So meron kayong 5 hanggang 10 minuto. Okay? Kung ang inyong sagot ay panlasa, kayo ay tama. Ikalawang bilang. Ano kaya ang sagot sa salitang ito? Inuulit ko, meron kayong 5 hanggang 10 minuto. Kung ang inyong sagot ay kita, binabati ko kayo. Ikatlong bilang. Ano naman kaya ang sagot sa mga salitang ito? Meron kayong 5 hanggang 10 segundo. Kung ang inyong sagot ay bilang ng mamimili, napakagaling! Ika-4 na bilang. Ano kaya ang mga salitang ito? Meron kayong 5 hanggang 10 segundo. Kung ang inyong sagot ay presyo ng kahalili o kaugnay na produkto, napakahusay! At para sa ating ika-5 bilang, ano kaya ang sagot? Muli, meron kayong 5 hanggang 10 segundo. Kung ang inyong sagot ay inaasahan ng mamimili, kayo ay tumpak. Ilan ang nakuha niyong tamang sagot, mga mag-aaral? 5? 3? O 1? Huwag kang mag-alala. Dahil sa ating talakayan ay inyong matututunan ang mga tanong na hindi nyo nasagot ng tama. Tara na at tayo magsisimula na sa ating panibagong paksa. Inuulit ko mga mag-aaral, ang ating paksa sa oras na ito ay mga salik na nakaapekto sa pagbabago ng demand. Maliban sa presyo o ang kalagayang ceteris paribus, may mga iba pang mga dahilan upang magbago ang demand. Una sa mga salik na nakakapagpabago sa demand ay ang tinatawag nating panlasa. Ang pagbabago sa panlasa o taste ng mamimili ay may epekto sa demand. Halimbawa, ang paglabas ng milk tea ay nagpababa sa demand ng mga lokal na palamig tulad ng gulaman, na siya namang pagtaas sa demand ng milk tea. Sige nga mag-aaral, at alamin ko nga kung ano ang mga favorite flavors nyo ng milk tea. Wow! Sige, may nagsabi na ang favorite niya ay matcha. May iba naman ay Okinawa. Okay, masasarap lahat. Ngunit, tandaan natin mga mag-aaral, mayroon tayong tinatawag na diminishing utility. Ito ang kabuang kasiyahan ng tao ay tumataas sa bawat pagkonsumo. Ngunit, kapag ito ay sunod-sunod, ang karagdagang kasiyahan ay palit ng palit. Bunga ng tinatawag nating pagkonsumo. Narito naman ang ikalawang halimbawa. Ang demand sa mga pagkain at inuming mababa ang calorie content, walang sangkap na artipisyal at mga bitamina ay tumaas sa pagtaas ng kamalayang pangkalusugan ng mga mamimili. Lalo na ngayong may pandemya tayong nararanasan dulot ng COVID-19. Naging mas doble ang mga pag-iingat na ating ginagawa ngayon dahil kailangan na maging malakas ang ating pangangatawan upang malabanan natin ang virus na COVID-19. Inuulit ko mga mag-aaral, ang unang salik na nakakaapekto sa pagbabago ng demand ay ang tinatawag nating panlasa. Ang ikalawang salik na nakakaapekto sa demand ay ang tinatawag nating kita. Bigyan muna natin ng kahulugan ng kita. Ang kita ay ang pagkakataon ng pagkonsumo o pag-iimpok na nakakamit ng isang entidad o katawan sa loob ng isang tiyak na balangkas ng panahon sa pangkahalatang nasa anyo ng kasunduang pananalapi. Ang pagtaas ng kita ay nagdudulot ng pagtaas ng demand para sa karamihan ng mga produkto dahil lumaki ang kakayahan ng tao na makabili. Halimbawa, number 1. Dahil sa pagtaas ng kita ng tao, nagkakaroon siya ng kakayahang makabili ng mga mamahaling produkto at serbisyo tulad ng kotse, appliances, bakasyon sa ibang bansa, at iba pa. Sige nga, kayo nga mag-aral ang tatanungin ko, ano naman ang mga bagay at serbisyo na nais niyong maranasan sa hinaharap? Maaari niyo bang i-type sa ating comment section? Ayan. So gusto nila ay magkaroon ng kotse din, magandang bahay, mamahaling gadget. Very good. Ang ganitong mga produkto ay tinatawag nating mga normal goods. Okay. Inferior goods naman ang tawag sa mga murang produkto na madalas binibili ng mga pamilyang may mababa ang kita na lalo pang nadagdagan dahil sa pagkawala ng trabaho at mga negosyo dahil sa pandemya. Halimbawa, kapag tumaas ang kita ng mga pamilyang may mababa ang kita, tumataas ang kanilang demand para sa mga inferior goods tulad ng ukay-ukay, mga second-hand na cellphone, bisikleta, at iba pa. Sige nga, matanong ko nga kayo mga mag-aaral, sino-sino sa inyo ang mahilig mag-ukay-ukay? Ayan. Sila'y mahilig din sa ukay-ukay tulad ko. Di ba mga mag-aaral? Masayang mag-ukay-ukay. Ayan, ang ating, inuulit ko, ang ating ikalawang salik na nakakaapekto sa pagbabago ng demand ay ang tinatawag nating kita. Ang ikatlong salik, ang presyo ng kahalili o kaugnay na produkto. May epekto sa demand ang presyo ng mga kahalili o substitute o kaugnay, complement na produkto. Unahin muna natin ang tinatawag nating kahalili o substitute. Ang kahaliling produkto ay maaaring gamitin kapalit ng isang produkto. Halimbawa, number 1. Ang karne ng baboy ay kahalili ng karne ng manok. Kapag nagkaroon ng pagtaas ng presyo ng karne ng baboy, tataas ang demand para sa karne ng manok, katulad ng nakikita nyo sa ating larawan. Ang iba pang mga halimbawa ng ating kahalili o substitute na produkto ay ang butter at margarine, tuna at salmon, eyeglasses at contact lens, cappuccinos at lattes, video games at board games, at iba pa. Sige nga mag-aaral, subukan nyo ngang magbigay ng halimbawa ng mga produkto na kahalili o substitute. Yan, very good. At may nakapagbigay. Ngayon naman, punta tayo sa tinatawag nating kaugnay o complement na produkto. Ang magkaugnay naman na produkto ay ginagamit na kapareha ng iba pang produkto tulad ng kape at asukal. Kapag tumaas ang presyo ng kape, bababa ang demand sa asukal. At kapag naman bumaba ang presyo ng asukal, tataas ang demand sa kape. Narito pa ang mga halimbawa ng tinatawag nating kaugnay o complement na produkto. Cellphone at SIM card, racket at shuttlecock, lapis at papel, DVD at DVD player, cereal at gatas, at marami pang iba. Sige nga, magbigay nga kayo ng mga halimbawa ng kaugnay o complement na produkto. Yan, very good. At may mga nakapagbigay ng sarili nilang halimbawa. Magaling mga mag-aaral, dito na muna nagtatapos ang ating talakayan patungkol sa mga unang salik ng demand. Ating tatalakayin ang iba pang mga salik sa susunod na live broadcast. At para makasiguro ako na kayo'y talagang nakinig at naintindihan ang ating talakayan, ay magkakaroon tayo ng isang maikling pagsusulit. Ihanda ang sarili, ang inyong pluma at sagutang papel. Para sa inyong panuto, tukuyin kung anong salita o impormasyon ang hinihingi ng mga sumusunod. Sa bawat katanungan, bibigyan ko kayo ng 5 hanggang 7 segundo para sagutin ito. Para sa ating unang bilang, ang salik na ito ng demand ay nakabatay sa mga pagkaing nais bilhin ng mga mamimili. Inuulit ko, ang salik na ito ng demand ay nakabatay sa mga pagkaing nais bilhin ng mga mamimili. Meron kayong 5 hanggang 7 segundo. Ikalawang bilang. Ang mga halimbawa ng mga produktong ito ay mga mamahaling sasakyan at mga appliances. Nuulit ko, ang mga halimbawa ng mga produktong ito ay mga mamahaling sasakyan at mga appliances. 5 hanggang 7 segundo. Para sa ating ikatlong bilang, ang pagtaas nito ay ang pagtaas ng kakayahan ng tao na bumili ng mga produkto at serbisyo. Uulit ko, ang pagtaas nito ay ang pagtaas ng kakayahan ng tao na bumili ng mga produkto at serbisyo. Muli, binibigyan ko kayo ng 5 hanggang 7 segundo. Para sa ating ika-4 na bilang, ang ukay-ukay na damit ay halimbawa ng anong produkto o goods. Uulit ko, ang ukay-ukay na damit ay halimbawa ng anong produkto o goods. 5 hanggang 7 segundo. Ikalamang bilang. Ito ay mga produktong ginagamit na kapareha ng ibang produkto. Inuulit ko, ito ay mga produktong ginagamit na kapareha ng ibang produkto. 5 hanggang 7 segundo. Ika-6. Ano ang kahaliling produkto ng bangus kung ito ay may pagtaas ng presyo? Naulit ko, ano ang kahaliling produkto ng bangus kung ito ay may pagtaas ng presyo? 5 hanggang 7 segundo. Para sa ating ika-7 bilang, magbigay ng isang halimbawa ng magkaugnay na produkto. Nuulit ko, magbigay ng isang halimbawa ng magkaugnay na produkto. 5 hanggang 7 segundo. At para sa huling bilang, ano ang mangyayari sa demand ng kaugnay na produkto kung meron itong pagbaba ng presyo? Nuulit ko, ano ang mangyayari sa demand ng kaugnay na produkto kung meron itong pagbaba ng presyo? 5 hanggang 7 segundo. Ngayon, mga mag-aaral, atin nang iwasto ang inyong gawain. Ang tamang sagot sa unang bilang ay panlasa. Ang ikalawang sagot naman ay normal goods. Para sa ikatlong bilang, ang tamang sagot ay kita. Para sa ika-4 na tanong, ang tamang sagot ay inferior goods. Para sa ikalimang bilang, ang tamang sagot ay magkaugnay na produkto o complement goods. Para sa ika-6, tilapia. Ika-7, tamang sagot ay kape at asukal. At pang-8, tataas. Ilan ang nakuha niyong tamang sagot? 8, 7, 6. Magaling! Masayang-masaya ako at sinamahan niyo muli ako sa ating pag-aaral sa Himpapawid. Sa ating susunod na talakayan ay ating ipagpapatuloy ang iba pang salik ng demand. Muli, isang paalala, maaari lamang ipasa ang inyong mga nasagotang modules sa mga barangay hall at paaralan sa itatakdang petsa. Tanging ang inyong mga magulang o guardian lamang ang maaring pumunta sa mga barangay hall at paaralan upang magbalik ng inyong learning modules. At inaasahan na sila'y sumunod sa ating mga safety protocols tulad ng pagsusot ng face mask, paghuhugas ng kamay, at physical distancing. Naasahan ko mag-aaral na kayo natuto sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong ekonomistang guro sa Araling Panlipunan, Ginoong Darwin V. Capian, broadcasting live mula dito sa Barangay Mababanaba, San Jose, Tarlac, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Salamat at patuloy na maging ligtas.
One FM. One lang yan. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. One FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. One FM. One FM. Your only one FM. One FM.
Travel to Herona and see how big North Shine has grown.
Doon nga ho sa bayan ho namin, nakilala ho kami dahil sa North Shine. Nakita man yun, dati ho, parol capital ho kami dati ng Tarlac.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Good afternoon, learners.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo. Here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over Cable 100, and DZTC 828, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac. I am Criza Marie H. Romilo from Ramos National High School, your teacher broadcaster in TLE ICT, Computer System Servicing, Grade 9. How are you today? I hope that you are all well and safe. And if ever you have any questions about today's topic, you can text or call me at 0995 520 5882. Again, 0995 520 5882. Before we start, make sure that you are in a comfortable place and away from any distractions. And don't forget to prepare your self-learning module in Computer System Servicing, and of course, your pen and paper for taking down notes. Now, dear students, are you ready to enjoy and learn something new? If you are, then so am I. Before we proceed to our new lesson, let us first have a short review of our previous lesson. We spoke about the four main types of a computer network in our previous lesson. Can you still recall the different types of a computer network? Let's see if your answers in mind are correct. The different types of networks are, first, we have Personal Area Network or PAN. Personal Area Network connects electronic devices within a user's immediate area. And here's the illustration. The second type of network is Local Area Network or LAN. A LAN is a network contained within a small geographic area, usually within the same building. And here's the example. The third type of network is Metropolitan Area Network or MAN. A MAN is a computer network that connects computers within a metropolitan area, which could be a single large city, multiple cities and towns, or any given large area with multiple buildings. And here's an example. And the last among the types is the Wide Area Network or WAN. A wide area network is a large computer network that connects groups of computers over large distances. And you have the internet as a perfect example of a wide area network. Okay, learners, are the answers you have in mind the same as the ones I have mentioned? If so, then very good. And moving on, here are the objectives of today's lesson. First is to define network topology. Next is to classify the different types of network topologies. And lastly is to recognize the advantages and disadvantages of each topologies. My dear learners, now open your self-learning module in Computer System Servicing week number 1. And let's begin. Network topology is defined as a way network is arranged, including the physical or logical description of how links and nodes are set up to relate to each other. There are two types of or approaches of network topology. First, we have the physical topology. As the name suggests, this topology refers to the physical connections and interconnections between the nodes and the network. In other words, it describes the way computers connect with the use of cables, wires, and software. The next and last approach is the logical topology. This, though, is a little more abstract and strategic, referring to the conceptual understanding of how and why the network is arranged the way it is, and how data moves through it. In other words, it describes the way data flows from one computer to another within a computer network. These are the most common types of network topologies. We have bus topology, ring topology, star topology, tree topology, and lastly, we have the mesh topology. Please note that the data in the network layer is in the form of packets. These IP packets are packed into frames in the data link layer. Physical layer then transmit the frames into the transmission media such as cables. Therefore, in computer networks, data travels from one computer to another in the form of frames. Same term will be used in the further discussion. Starting with bus topology. This topology orients all the devices on a network along a single cable running in a single direction from one end of the network to the other, which is why it is sometimes called as line topology or the backbone topology. Data flow on the network also follows the route of the cable moving in one direction. In bus topology, computers connect to a shared central cable called bus or backbone. And in bus topology, a device wanting to communicate with another device on the network sends a broadcast message onto the wire that all other devices see, but only the intended recipient actually accepts and processes the message. Bus topologies are a good, cost-effective choice for smaller networks because the layout is simple, allowing all devices to be connected via single coaxial or RJ45 cable. However, since bus topologies use a single cable to transmit data, they are somewhat vulnerable, meaning that if the cable experiences a failure, the whole network goes down. The next type of network topology is the ring topology. Ring topology is where nodes are arranged in a circle or ring. In this topology, data transmitted by one computer can travel to another computer in a circular manner, either clockwise or counterclockwise to reach its destination. And since only one station on the network is permitted to send data at a time, it greatly reduces the risk of packet collisions, making this topology efficient at transmitting data frames without errors. Another advantage of using this type of topology is that ring topologies are cost-effective and inexpensive to install. And the intricate point-to-point connectivity of the nodes makes it relatively easy to identify issues or misconfigurations on the network. On the other hand, though this topology is popular, a ring topology is still vulnerable to failure without proper network management. Since the flow of data transmission moves unidirectionally between nodes along each rings, if one node goes down, it can actually take the entire network with it. That is why it is imperative for each of the nodes to be monitored and kept in good health. Another in the list is the star topology. And this topology is the most common network topology. It is laid out so every node in the network is directly connected to one central hub via coaxial, twisted pair, or fiber optic cable. Acting as a server, this central node manages data transmission, as information sent from any node on the network has to pass through the central one to reach its destination, and functions as a repeater, which helps prevent data loss. Star topologies are common since they allow you to conveniently manage your entire network from a single location. And because each of the nodes is independently connected to the central hub, should one go down, the rest of the network will continue functioning unaffected, making the star topology a stable and secure network layout. And in addition, devices can be added, removed, and modified without taking the entire network offline. But on the flip side, if the central hub goes down, the rest of the network can't function. But if the central hub is properly managed and kept in good health, administrators shouldn't have too many issues. The fourth in the list of the most common types of network topology is the tree topology. The tree topology structure gets its name from how the central node functions as a sort of trunk for the network, with nodes extending outward in a branch-like fashion. On the contrary to where each node in a star topology is directly connected to the central hub, a tree topology has a parent-child hierarchy to how the nodes are connected. Those connected to the central hub are connected linearly to other nodes, so two connected nodes only share one mutual connection. Combining elements of the star and bus topologies allows for the easy addition of nodes and network expansion, making troubleshooting errors a straightforward process and, of course, easier, as each of the branches can be individually assessed for performance issues. But one of the disadvantages of this type of network topology is that since the entire network depends on the health of the root node in a tree topology structure, should the central hub fail, the various node branches will become disconnected, although connectivity within but not between. So branch systems will remain. And furthermore, tree topologies are expensive because of the sheer amount of cabling required to connect each device to the next within the hierarchical layout. And last from our list is the mesh topology. A mesh topology is a key network architecture in which devices are connected with many redundant interconnections between network nodes. Thus, if any batteries or nodes fail in a wireless mesh topology, still there are many other ways available for two nodes to communicate. A mesh topology is often used in conjunction with other topologies, such as star, ring, and bus to form a hybrid topology. Mesh network can either be full or partial mesh. And while partial mesh topologies are mostly interconnected with a few nodes with only 2 or 3 connections, full mesh topologies, on the other hand, as the name suggests, are fully interconnected. The advantage of using this type of topology is that mesh topologies are reliable and stable, and the complex degree of interconnectivity between nodes makes the network resistant to failure. For instance, no single device going down can bring the network offline. But on the downside, mesh topologies are incredibly labor intensive. Each interconnection between nodes require a cable and configuration once deployed. So it can also be time consuming to set up. As with other topology structures, the cost of cabling adds up fast. And to say mesh networks require a lot of cabling is an understatement. I hope that you learned something from our topic for today. My dear students, are you still with me? If yes, then great. Again, the most common types of network topologies are bus topology, ring topology, star topology, tree topology, and lastly, mesh topology. And now that we are done with our lesson, my dear students, are you ready for a short quiz? Bring out a piece of paper or your test notebook. Choose only the answer that best describes the statement and write your answers on a piece of paper or your test notebook. So I will read the questions and choices twice, okay? Let's begin. For our question number 1, it is a type of network topology where nodes are arranged in a circle. Is it A, ring topology, B, star topology, C, mesh topology, or is it D, bus topology? Again, it is a type of network topology where nodes are arranged in a circle. Is it A, ring topology, B, star topology, C, mesh topology, or is it D, bus topology? Question number 2. This topology can either have fully or partially connected computers. A, bus topology, B, ring topology, C, mesh topology, or D, tree topology. Again, this topology can either have fully or partially connected computers. Is it A, bus topology, B, ring topology, C, mesh topology, or is it D, tree topology? Moving on to our third question. This network topology is laid out so every node in the network is directly connected to one central hub via coaxial, twisted pair, or fiber optic cable. Is it A, tree topology, B, star topology, C, mesh topology, or is it D, ring topology? Again, this network topology is laid out so every node in the network is directly connected to one central hub via coaxial, twisted pair, or fiber optic cable. Is it A, tree topology, B, star topology, C, mesh topology, or is it D, ring topology? Question number 4. It describes the way computers connect with the use of cables, wires, and so forth. Is it A, physical topology, B, logical topology, C, network topology, or is it D, full mesh topology? Again, it describes the way computers connect with the use of cables, wires, and so forth. Is it A, physical topology, B, logical topology, C, network topology, or is it D, full mesh topology? And for our last question, it describes the way data flows from one computer to another within a computer network. Is it A, physical topology, B, logical topology, C, network topology, or is it D, half mesh topology? Again, it describes the way data flows from one computer to another within a computer network. Is it A, physical topology, B, logical topology, C, network topology, or is it D, half mesh topology? You have 5 seconds to finalize your answers. And in 3, 2, 1, time is up. Alright, let us now check your answers. And here are the correct answers. Number 1, it's A, ring topology. Number 2 is letter C, mesh topology. Number 3 is B, star topology. Number 4 is A, physical topology. And for our last number 5 is B, logical topology. How many correct answers did you get? Did you get a perfect score? If so, then great. Before I officially end our lesson, I'd like to have a minute to answer at least one of your questions. And this question is from Luisa Torio of Ramos National High School. What is the most common network topology being used in computer shops? Alright, thank you Luisa for your question. And to answer that, the most popular and most commonly used network topology in computer shops is the star topology. Why? First, because you can manage the entire network from one location, that is through the central hub or switch. Another reason is, in terms of physical network structure, star topologies require fewer cables than other topology types, which means it is simpler to set up and manage, and plus the fact that it is less expensive compared to the other types too. And because of the simplicity of the overall design, troubleshooting is easier when dealing with some network performance faults. I hope that answers the questions. And that's it. That ends our lesson for today. I hope that you learned something from our discussion. This is Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Tarlac Province, in cooperation with Cable 100 and DZTZ 828 Radio Filipino, Tarlac. Thank you, and always remember, in TLE, we have skills, knowledge, and progress. Again, this is Criza Marie H. Romilo of Ramos National High School, your teacher broadcaster in TLE ICT Computer System Servicing, saying keep safe and God bless us all. Bye!
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino, impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
Sa ngalan ng pag-ibig,
pangakong ikaw lang.
Walang hindi gagawin.
Walang hindi hahamakin.
Paulit-ulit.
Araw-araw ikaw pa rin.
For richer,
For poorer, in sickness and in health. Kung mahal mo sila,
magpa-booster ka.
promise.
Pexman, ligtas para sa lahat.
Alam mo na ba? Ang mental health ay isang mahalagang bahagi ng ating pangkabuoang kalusugan. Walang health kung walang mental health. Kaya naman maglaan ng oras para sa mga hobbies, kumustahin ang mga mahal sa buhay, at huwag kalimutang ipahinga ang utak. Ngayong panahon ng pandemya, make sure to care for yourself and care for others para sa isang healthy Pilipinas. Tumawag sa mga numerong ito.
Paalala mula sa Department of Health.
Ang ASEAN New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, Kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we TarlakHenyos are the stewards of this bounty.
Alam niyo ba na ang whale shark ay hindi isang whale? Ang whale shark o butanding ay kinikilalang world's largest fish at tinatawag gentle giants. May sukat itong 12 meters. Maliliit ang ngipin ng butanding, kaya naman planktons o maliliit na hipon at isda lang ang kaya nilang kainin. Simula noong 2011, marami nang nahumaling mag-whale shark watching sa Oslo, Cebu. Alam niyo na, yan ang whale shark!
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid.
Aral TarlakHenyo
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26
at sa bayang naririnig sa DCTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
mula rito sa Borok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro, na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Blessed and good afternoon, grade 9 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZT Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am your teacher broadcaster, Ella M. Pingol, aiming to give you a fun-filled learning experience in Music 9. The sun is about to set, and tuning into our program is the best way to end your day productively. So, prep up all eyes and ears to our discussion, dear grade 9 learners of Tarlac Province, as we go over our lesson on the air. Are you ready? Very good. I need you to relax because when we are relaxed, we are comfortable. And when we are comfortable, we can think well. And that's exactly what we need at this hour. But first, let us look back on the lessons that we've had last episode. We have discussed the lives and works of the three notable classical music composers. Write A if the description I will give is about the life and works of Franz Joseph Haydn. Write B if it is about Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. And write C if it is about Ludwig van Beethoven. Write your answers in a clean sheet of paper, or you can comment down your answers on our FB Live. Are you ready? Here we go. Number 1. This composer is known as the greatest composer of all times. Despite of being deaf, he was able to make great music in his career. For Elise and Symphony Number 5 are among them. What is your answer? The correct answer is C, Ludwig van Beethoven. Number 2. This composer is known as the child prodigy. Having knowledge of playing different kinds of instruments at an early age, he made a mark in the classical music world. His famous works include Ein klein Nachtmusik and Rondo alla Turca. What is your answer? If you have answered B, you are correct. He is Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Number 3. This composer is known as the father of symphony, composing 106 symphonies in his musical career. The Surprise Symphony, the Military, and the Clock Symphony are among them. What is your answer? You are correct. A. He is Franz Joseph Haydn. What is your score for this activity? Did you get all 3 correct answers? Very good. You sure have a good understanding of our lesson last session. This makes me more enthusiastic for today's discussion. As we are about to start with the new lesson, please get your MAPE compendium, a sheet of clean paper, and a pen. I will play a music. As soon as the music stops, you should have your compendium with you. Ready? Go! Now that you have your compendium with you, let's get started. Remember, your learning task for today is at the end of the lesson, you should be able to relate classical music to other art forms and its history within the era. Let's go back in time and explore the music of the classical period. But first, let us have our pre-test to assess what you already know about our lesson. In your learning activity sheet, Activity 2, multiple choice, choose the answer from the given choices that best fit the description in each number. Number 1. This term was used to describe things relating to the culture of ancient Greece and Rome. A. Roman, B. Classical, C. Baroque. Number 2. The principle of classical culture revolves within this characteristic. A. Complexity and grandeur, B. Elegance and simplicity, or C. Neutral and balance. Number 3. It is a three-part structure used in instrumental music. A. Development, B. Sonata Allegro, or C. Allegro. Okay, let's check and see your scores for this activity. Were you able to answer number 1? What is your answer? The correct answer is B. Classical. How about number 2? What is your answer? The correct answer is B. Elegance and simplicity. How about number 3? What is your answer? You got that right. It's B. Sonata Allegro. What is your score for this activity? If you got all 3 correct answers, you are at an advantage for this lesson. If you did not get them all correctly, don't worry because this session will help you answer these questions. Music, painting, drama, literature, and architecture, these are the different forms of arts, yet they are interconnected with one another. How is that so? Interestingly, in all of the periods of Western music history, there is always a very close connection and similarities in music styles and other art forms. Dear learners, join me as we study and explore the magnificent history of Western music. Have you ever seen a classic car? A classic movie? How about a classic dress? What do we mean when we call something a classic? You can type your idea on the comment section of our FB live stream. We call something classic when it's both an oldie and goodie, right? But did you know that we have a very specific meaning for the term classic? In the 1600s, when it first started to appear as a French word, it did not mean something vintage and classy. Classic was used to the culture relating to the ancient Greece and Rome. At some points in Western history, artists have looked back to ancient Greece and Roman civilizations to inspire the art of their own time. One of those times was the classical period. During this era, new ideas took shape that swept through Western culture. Ordinary people questioned how society be organized and considered the basic right of the individual. So, it was the age of reason in which music, arts, and architecture went on dramatic change. And we will look how music relates to other art forms within the era in our discussion. During the classical period, music has a lighter, clearer texture and less complex than the Baroque music. This is evident in the compositions of Haydn, Mozart, and young Beethoven. Let's listen to this string quartet opera 64 number 1 in C major by Haydn. Next composition is Divertimento in D major by Mozart. Another composition is For Elise by Beethoven. What have you observed from this music? Have you observed minimal arrangement of musical structure in every music? Were you able to reflect the cleanliness of the music presented? If yes, you have just been mesmerized by the elegance of classical music. The characteristic of clarity and simplicity is also evident in other art forms in classical era such as painting. The prevailing style of the art was known as the Rococo. Rococo is a style that epitomized the elegance and sophistication of courtly life. The word rococo is derived from the French word rocaille, which denote the shell-covered rockwork that was used to decorate artificial grottos to soften the severe ornamentation of Baroque style. It is characterized by lightness, elegance, and use of natural forms of ornamentation. In painting, the Rococo style is evident in the works of Jean-Antoine Watteau, known as the father of Rococo painting. He is best known for his depiction of elegantly dressed figures gathered in outdoor spaces, exchanging pleasantries and enjoying music, as seen on this painting entitled La Surprise. The musical equivalent of the Rococo was the style Galliante, which laid the similar emphasis on lightness and elegance by replacing the complex schemes of Baroque music with free-flowing melodies. In the mid-18th century, French artists were getting off Rococo and considered it senseless. This had a lot to do with the Enlightenment, a philosophical movement that started in France around the same time. Enlightenment thinkers believed that rationalism can lead to a moral and just society. A neoclassical artist agreed. This new age of reason influenced all subsequent artistic representation, including classical music. In painting, Jacques Louis David's Napoleon considers the canvas itself again as Renaissance painters' lead, treating it as a surface which could be divided into mathematical proportion. The figure of Napoleon is encompassed at the center of the canvas in the classical pyramid. Every aspect of the canvas, then, is considered as a text which the viewer can read. The clock in the background reads 4:15 a.m. The candles have burned low, which means Napoleon is working at this late hour for the good of his people. A book with fleur-de-lis, symbolizing his link to the French dynasty, the bee on the empire-style chair is a reference to the Charlemagne and the dynasty of the 9th century France. The books and maps on the floor are all reference to the Roman classical writers intended to glorify Napoleon's skill as military strategist. The light in the painting is evenly distributed, contrary to what was seen during the Baroque period, where it contributed to tension emphasizing shade and light. The main purpose of classical painting is to convey information, to tell a story, and not to refer to itself as painting. A practice which begins to change with subsequent developments in Romanticism and Impressionism. Other examples of Jacques' painting are these. First, the intervention of the Sabine women. Second is the death of Seneca. And third is the death of Socrates. The music of the classical period, particularly in the works of Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven, like the paintings of the time, be seen as an exercise in harmony, order, balance, and structure. In Mozart's opera, The Abduction from the Seraglio, the action starts in the evening with the abduction and ends 24 hours later with the celebration banquet. While classical artists were busy imitating the values they saw in ancient Roman arts, classical era composers were also working rationalist ideas into their music. Just as form and symmetry is important in David's painting, classical era composers organized their music into orderly forms using repetition and contrast. An example is the popular genre from the classical period called sonata allegro form. Sonata Allegro form is a three-part structure used in instrumental music. It starts with the first section called exposition, which introduces two contrasting themes and melodies. Its second section is called the development, in which the two themes explore a musical landscape. The third section is the recapitulation. It is a repeat to the development with a few changes. These three sections give Sonata Allegro form symmetry and order like the three arches in David's painting Oath of the Horatii. Let's see if you are keenly listening to our discussion. In your learning activity sheet, Activity 3, Formative Assessment, arrange the jumbled letters to form the three-part structure of Sonata Allegro form. I will give you 1 minute to answer. Let's check your answers. Number 1 is development. Number 2 is exposition. Number 3 is recapitulation. And they are arranged as first section, exposition. Second section is development. And third section is recapitulation. I sure hope you got them all correctly. Let's continue. Order, balance, structure, and harmony reflected in the architectural works became themes broadly used within all artistic expression during the classical period. The influence of the Greek and Roman temples were particularly dominant in the design of public buildings. In Berlin, the Greek Revival building by Karl Schinkel. In France, the Pantheon and Invalides buildings. In the United States, they have the Capitol building and the University of Virginia building. These structures deliberately introduced the classical proportions of the Greek orders, the Doric, the Ionic, and the Corinthians. In contrast to Baroque, these were used for architectural strength rather than ornamentation. In sculpture, figures would again imitate the Roman and Greek models. In Bertel Thorvaldsen's Three Grace shows the figures enclosed in the classical triangle, a measured space which totally contains them. To classical artists, realism and symmetry were rational, enlightened ways to communicate moral values in arts. Architectural thinking also believed that greatest concern of the classical composers, contrast of dynamics, music shifting back and forth to forte to piano. The contrast of register with wide-ranging melodies and wide space between basses and sopranos. The contrast of mood even within one movement of a work. The classical music is also conceived as an architectural entity. Compositions have many starts and stops, but always fit together in a beautiful ensemble. The movement of the composition alternate within one short phrase with another, one entire section with another section, all perfect within architectural concept of the Sonata Allegro form. Like classical era arts, classical music also found inspiration in the moral messages of the stories of antiquity. Take for example the opera Idomeneo by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Idomeneo is based on an ancient Greek myth about a king who must choose between sacrificing his son and saving his kingdom. Idomeneo's readiness to put national welfare before his personal feelings resembles the sacrificial bravery of the Horatii brothers in David's neoclassical painting. However, not all classical music are serious and moralistic. Many of Mozart's music are full of humor and flirtations, as also seen in Rococo painting. For example, his opera Don Giovanni follows the adventure of a womanizing noblewoman that even Don Giovanni ends with a strong moral statement, the while protagonist is dragged down to hell for his licentious ways. That means that rationalism and sensuality triumphs in the end. In a society that embraces so many artistic relations, it might seem like there are plenty of boundaries separating the classical art forms from the ones that we have in the present times. However, you'd be surprised how these previous art forms have helped shape the styles of what we call contemporary arts and how they were created. The ability to transcend existing norms within a genre without straying too far from their style is something artists and musicians have in common. Have you tried collaborating with your friends about doing something like song cover, a TikTok dance, or maybe writing a poem? One of the fun parts of creating something with other artists is the way in which you share how the creative process works and learn from each other's perspective. It's time to recall what we have discussed for today by identifying whether the following statements are true or false. In your learning activity sheet, activity 4, you can find the statement and write your answers in your paper. Ready? Number 1. The term classical was used to describe things relating to the culture of ancient Greece and Rome. Is it true or false? Number 2. Music during the classical period is more complex than the Baroque period. Is it true or false? Number 3. Gallant styles replace the complex style of Baroque music with free-flowing melodies. Is it true or false? Number 4. Sonata Allegro form is a 3-part form structure used in instrumental music. Is it true or false? 5. Classical art is generally characterized by complexity and asymmetry. Is it true or false? Let's check your answers. Number 1 is true. Number 2 is false. Number 3 is true. Number 4, true. And number 5, false. What is your score for this activity? If you got all 5 correct answers, very good. If you have wrong answers, you can always read back in your compendium and your MAPE teachers are more than willing to give you clarifications. It has been a very musical learning for all of us today. I hope you have learned a lot. Again, this has been Ma'am Ella, your Music 9 anchor teacher, leaving you with the life lessons we have learned from our lesson. Art and music shine a light of meaning in ordinary life. And through them, we are able to confront the things that trouble us and find consolation and peace in their presence. Until next time!
Alam niyo ba, na ang salitang yoyo at ang makabagong bersyon nito ay naimbento ng isang Pilipinong nagngangalang Pedro Flores? Taong 1920s nang dinala ni Flores ang laruang ito sa Estados Unidos. Sinimulan niya ang paggawa nito sa kanyang maliit na pabrika sa California at ipinakita sa mga tao ang iba't ibang tricks ng paggamit nito. Alam mo na, yan ang yoyo!
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZDZ 828. Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagmumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
hapon po sa lahat ng taga-subaybay ng Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo dito sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at sa bayan na napapakinggan sa DZTC Radio Filipino 828 FM Radio. Napapanood din tayo live via FB page ng DEPED tayo Tarlac Province at sa Converge TV Channel 100. So ako po ang inyong segment host ngayong hapon, Sir Kevin Chasser M. Kurang, AP Leader ng Arangoren Integrated School. Mapalad po tayo ngayon dahil makakasama natin ang napakahusay na Master Teacher 1 ng Capas National High School na isa ring kasalo enthusiast. Walang iba kundi si Sir Ferdinand Villanueva. Magandang hapon, Sir Ferd.
Magandang hapon, Sir Chas. Magandang hapon, Sir Harold.
Yes. So dapat po ay makakasama natin ngayon ang ating Education Program Supervisor ng Araling Panlipunan. Ngunit dahil mayroon po siyang mas importanteng dapat na gagawin, ay makakasama natin ang equally competent at napakahusay din na AP Leader at OIC Head Teacher ng Mababanaba National High School. Walang iba kundi si Sir Harold Gia. Magandang hapon, Sir Harold.
Magandang hapon, Sir Chester, at magandang hapon sa aking kasama na panelist, Sir Ferds. Yes, sabi nga kanina dito sa GC, kailangan naging Boy Scout tayo. So last minute, kayang-kaya natin to. So sinab ko si Sir Lambert. Hi, Sir.
Yes. Muli magandang hapon, Sir Ferds and Sir Harold. So welcome to Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo dito sa Division Virtual Project Kasalo sa Radyo. So bago po natin simulan ang ating paksa ngayong araw, nais ko munang batiin ang lahat ng ating mga tagapanood, lalong-lalo na ang mga nanonood sa aming paaralan na Arangoren Integrated School. Kayo, Sir Ferds at Sir Harold, may gusto ba kayong batiin?
Sige, Sir. Sir Chas, Sir Harold, ako na mauna.
Yes, sir.
So, magandang hapon po at isang mainit na pagbati sa mga tagapakinig natin, sa ating mga magulang, mga mag-aaral at kapwa natin mga Araling Panlipunan teachers na nanonood sa kanilang mga tahanan. At nais ko na rin pong kunin ng pagkakataon, Sir Chas, na batiin po natin ang ating mga ginagalang na mga tagapamuno ng ating division, si Dr. Ronaldo A. Pozo ng ating School Division Superintendent. Magandang hapon po, sir. Sa aking masipag na punong guro, Mariolito G. Magcalas, at sa aking Head Teacher 6 ng Departamento ng Araling Panlipunan, kay Madam Monina E. Martinez. Sana po samahan nyo kami ng 25 minuto at marami tayong malalaman tungkol sa kasaysayan o paksang ng bayan ating pag-aaralan ngayong hapon na ito. Maraming salamat, Sir Chester.
Yes, maraming salamat, Sir Ferds. Sir Harold.
Yes, Sir Chester, thank you. Binabati ko rin lahat ng mga sumusubaybay at nanonood ng Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo, mga magulang at mga mag-aaral, at binabati ko rin po ang aming school head kung saan nagkakaroon ng evaluation ngayon sa school namin. Nandun din ang PSDS ng San Jose West District, si Ma'am Annie Michelle, na alam ko nanonood sila ngayon kasi halos kakatapos lang ng evaluation ng school namin. So sa lahat mga co-teachers ko, manood kayo ngayon. Thank you.
Yes, Sir Harold. So since binati na din ninyo ang inyong mga principals and school head, syempre babatiin ko rin ang aming school head na nanonood din ngayon, si Ma'am Elma Datu, at maging ang aming mga head teachers na si Ma'am Sheila D. Felipe at si Ma'am April Pamintuan. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. So ngayong hapon ay tatalakayin at pag-uusapan natin para sa Project Kasalo sa Radyo ang kasaysayan ng bayan ng Concepcion. Actually, malapit sa aking puso ang Concepcion dahil ako mismo ay galing sa bayang ito. Kaya naman excited ako sa mga tatalakayin natin tungkol sa aming bayan. Kaya naman bilang panimula ng ating pag-uusapan, paano nga ba nagsimula ang bayan ng Concepcion, Sir Harold?
Okay. So, ang naging history ng bayan ng Concepcion, noong taong 1860, ang Concepcion at Magalang na ngayoy bayan ng Pampanga ay magkasama bilang bayan ng Bartolome na ngayon isa na lamang barangay ng Concepcion. Alam ko na mas familiar ang mga taga-Concepcion dahil sila yung nakakaalam ng kanilang history. Ang San Bartolome ay kabilang sa komandansya militar ng Pampanga noong panahon ng mga Kastila. Ito ay tinalakay nung unang episode ng ating kasalo sa radyo. Ngunit sa pagdaan ng panahon, nagkaroon ng paglikas ang mga mamamayan dahil sa malaking baha. Sa patuloy na pagbuo ng panahanan ng mga tao na lumikas patungong hilagang kaluran ng bayan ng San Bartolome, dito isinilang ang napakagandang bayan ng Concepcion. So yun yung naging start, Sir Chester, ng kasaysayan ng bayan ng Concepcion.
Ganun pala nagsimula ang konsepsyon. So basically, galing sa Pampanga yung ilang parte ng konsepsyon, Sir Harold. So ngayon naman, hindi magiging konsepsyon ng konsepsyon ngayon kung wala yung mga magagaling na namumuno ng konsepsyon mula noon hanggang ngayon. So sino-sino ba, Sir Ferds, yung mga naging pinuno ng bayan ng Konsepsyon?
Maraming salamat, Sir Chas. So napakahaba, Sir Chas, ng mga naging mga pinuno, pangalan ng mga pinuno na namuno sa bayan ng Konsepsyon. Yan pa yung nagsimula panahon pa ng mga Kastila. Noong mga panahon na yun, ang tawag natin sa mga pinuno ay mga gobernadorcillo. Para liwanagin natin ito para sa konteksto ng mga nakikinig na bata sa elementarya. Ano po ba yung gobernadorcillo? Kasi mababasa natin sa mga aklat, karaniwan, ang tawag sa mga namumuno sa mga bayan ay gobernadorcillo. Ang mga gobernadorcillo, Sir Chas, ay noong panahon ng mga Espanyol o Kastila, sila ay ang mga pinuno ng mga pueblo o katumbas ngayon ng mga bayan natin. So kung ihambing natin sa kasalukuyang panahon, Sir Chas, ang mga gobernadorcillo ay katumbas ng mga mayor. So, di ba, bawat munisipyo o lungsod ay pinamumunuan ng mga mayor. So noon pa man, pinamumunuan na ng mga gobernadorcillo ang bayan ng Concepcion. Ito ang mga napakahabang listahan ng mga naging pinuno ng bayan ng Concepcion. Mula 1864, naluklok o ang naging pinuno ay si Pablo Luciano. Sumunod kay Pablo Luciano noong 1864 to 65 ay si Honorio Yumul. Noong 1865 to 66 naman ay si Nicolas Pineda. Noong 1867 hanggang 68, ang naging gobernadorcillo ay si Arceso Cortez. Sumunod dun, Sir Chas, noong 1868 to 71, si Eusebio Yumul. Then, noong 1871 to 75, ay si Pablo Quiambao. Noong namang 1875, ang naging gobernadorcillo, Sir Chas, ay si Martin Puno. Noong 1875 hanggang 77, si Modesto de Castro. Si Domingo de los Reyes naman ang naging gobernadorcillo noong 1877 hanggang 79. Fausto Cortez noong 1879 hanggang 81. Si Melencio Aquino noong 1881 hanggang 1883. Si Cayetano Pineda noong 1883 hanggang 85. Braulino Aquino naman noong 1885 hanggang 1887. Samantala noong 1887 hanggang 89, si Narciso Cortez. Si Baltasar Dizon naman ang naging gobernadorcillo ng bayan ng Capas, ay bayan ng Concepcion rather, noong 1889 hanggang 1890. Si Julio Suarez noong 1891 hanggang 93. Si Lucas Yumul noong 1893 hanggang 1894. At si Feliciano Rabalon ay noong 1894 to 95. Ang naging kapitan municipal naman ay si Mariano Cortez noong 1896. Nahalal bilang presidente municipal ng bayan ng Concepcion sa ilalim ng unang republika ni General Emilio Aguinaldo, sina Felix Yumul noong 1896 to 1898 at noong 1898 to 1900s si Moses Castro. So napakahaba ng kasaysayan talaga ng mga linya ng mga naging pinuno ng bayan ninyo, Sir Chester.
Oo nga, Sir Ferd, sobrang haba pala, tandami ng mga naging gobernadorcillos ng aming bayan. Ngayon naman, nais ko malaman, ano ba yung naging ambag ng Concepcion noong panahon ng himagsikan, Sir Harold?
Okay, so speaking of himagsikan, Sir Chester, ang lalawigan ng Tarlac ay isa sa mga unang lalawigang nakilahok sa himagsikang laban sa mga dayuhang mananakop sa ating bansa. Kaya nga kung matatandaan natin sa mga naging unang episodes ng ating kasalo sa radyo ay natalakay yung bits of information dyan sa himagsikan. May malaking bahay sa Concepcion na ginamit bilang punong himpilan ng mga katipunero na pinamunuan ni na General Francisco Macabulos at General Serviliano Aquino. Sino ba naman ang hindi makakakilala sa kanila, mga TarlakHenyo, di ba? So, ang bahay ay nilusob ng mga Kastila, ngunit sa kabutihang palad naman ay nakatakas ang mga katipunero at sila'y nagpatuloy sa kanilang pakikipaglaban. So, ganun yung start ng himagsikan mula sa mga mula sa lalawigan natin, Sir Chester.
Alright, so nakakabilib pala na napakamakasaysayan ng aming bayan. Maging yung isang bahay ay nagamit bilang parte ng himagsikan dito sa Concepcion. Ngayon naman, dahil napag-usapan na rin natin ang himagsikan, Sir Ferds, ano naman yung mga pangyayaring naganap sa Concepcion noong panahon naman ng mga Amerikano?
Noong 1900s, Sir Chester, nahuli si General Serviliano Aquino sa pakikipaglaban para sa kalayaan at nahatulan siya ng kamatayan. Ngunit napalaya siya noong 1904 sa utos ni Pangulong Theodore Roosevelt ng Estados Unidos. Noong 1902 naman, itinatag ni Kapitan Smith ang pamahalang Amerikano sa bayan ng Concepcion. Noong 1919, Sir Chester, itinayo ang paaralang Gabaldon sa halagang 50,000 pesos ng mga panahon na yon. Sir Chas, siguro dapat bigyan natin diin dito kung a brief historical background doon sa Gabaldon. Di ba, familiar kayo sa mga natatawag na mga paaralan na Gabaldon?
Yes sir, mga Gabaldon schools.
Nakakarinig pa ba kayo, Sir Harold, at saka Sir Chas, na mga Gabaldon? Alam nyo ba yung mga eskwelahan na yan ay tinuturing nating heritage school building? Yan ay naitayo pa noong mga panahon ng American colonial era. So, dapat nga iniingatan talaga natin yung mga building na yon kasi may tuturing natin silang mga heritage o mga pamana ng mga ating mga ninuno pa sa atin na naitayo pa nga nung panahon ng mga Amerikano. Yan ay nagsimula at nag-originate yung mga Gabaldon buildings na yan para may alam lang yung mga anak natin sa mga elementarya. Yan ay original na buo dahil sa Act number 1801 noong mga panahon ng 1907 sa Philippine Assembly na sinulat naman at batas na ginawa ni Isauro Gabaldon na ang panukala dito o ang layunin ay magtayo ng mga modernong paaralan sa buong Pilipinas. Naglaan sila ng 1 million lang noong mga panahon na yon, Sir Harold, Sir Chas. 1 million pesos was budgeted to use that sum of money to build school buildings all throughout the country. Kaya tinawag siyang Gabaldon. Yun nga yung dahil doon sa proponent na si Isauro Gabaldon. Opo.
Okay. Nakakabilib, Sir Ferds, yung mga trivia na binabanggit nyo. Actually, kahit ako'y taga-Concepcion, ngayon ko lamang narinig ang ilan doon sa inyong mga nabanggit. Okay, so moving on, Sir Harold, nasabi ni Sir Ferds na maraming mga naipatayong infrastruktura noong panahon ng mga Amerikano. Paano naman ang Concepcion o anong naging lagay ng Concepcion noong panahon ng Commonwealth?
Okay, so sa panahon ng Commonwealth o sa pagkakatatag ng Commonwealth, itinalaga si Don Gregorio Palma bilang presidente municipal na naglingkod mula 1934 hanggang 1937. So sinundan siya ni Sergio L. Aquino mula noong 1938 hanggang 1941. So sa panahong ito, itinayo ang isang pribadong paaralan, ang Little Flower Academy na ginawang Holy Spirit Academy na ngayon kilala bilang Concepcion Catholic School. Alam ko ito yung naabutan na lang ng mga present generation natin. Pero syempre yung mga iba, nakita nila kung paano naitatag ang mga academy na tinatawag natin dito. So noong 1939, ang liwasang bayan ng Concepcion ay binakuran sa halagang 20,000 pesos. Imagine nyo, no? Pero siguro sa halaga ngayon, baka pwedeng masabi natin 200 million or 20 million. Ito ay tinawag na Don Benigno S. Aquino Sr. Memorial Park bilang parangal sa isa sa mga magigiting na anak ng bayan ng Concepcion. So yun yung naging history ng panahon ng Commonwealth, Sir Chester.
Alright, so kung makikita natin yung kasaysayan ng Concepcion, papaunlad siya sa bawat panahon na pinagdadaanan. Ang daming mga infrastruktura, maging mga paaralan ang nabubuo sa Concepcion ng mga panahong ito. Ngayon naman, ano naman yung nangyari noong panahon ng mga Hapon, Sir Ferds?
Ayan, Sir Harold. So hindi lang ang kapas namin na bayan, Sir Chas, yung makasaysayan, no? Kasama na dyan din ang konsepsyon. Kasi naging medyo may kaguluhan din o magulo din ng mga panahon ng Hapon sa bayan ninyo. Nang sakupin ng mga Hapones ang ating bansa, Sir Chas, naghari ang takot dahil sa kaguluhan at patayan. So, siyempre, noong mga panahon ng Hapon, Sir Chas, talagang magulo at nakakatakot ang kalagayan. So, kaya nga dapat lagi natin isaisip na talagang wala tayong mapapala sa digmaan. Walang yung digmaan nangyayari ngayon sa USSR at saka sa Russia at saka sa Ukraine, no? So sana matapos na. Ganon din naman yung mga panahon natin sa bayan ng Concepcion, panahon ng mga Hapon. Kaguluhan at patayan ang mga naganap. Dahil ang Concepcion, malapit siya sa bundok Arayat na ginawang himpilan ng mga hukbalahap. O pamilya tayo sa hukbalahap, di ba Sir Chas, sa AP? Hukbuan ng bayan laban sa Hapon. Madalas na napapahamak ang maraming ordinaryong mamamayan dahil sa mga Hapon at hooks. So naglalabanan yung mga hooks at saka mga Hapon. So nadadamay pati yung mga ordinaryong mga mamamayan. Noong ika-27 ng Disyembre 1944, nilisan ng puwersa ng mga hukbong Hapon ang bayan ng Concepcion. Itinayo ng mga hukbalahap ang isang pansamantalang pamahalaan sa munisipyo. Ngunit ito ay tumagal lamang ng 3 linggo dahil sa pagbabalik ng pamahalaang Commonwealth sa bansa noong 1945. So hindi tagtagal yung pansamantalang gobyernong itinayo ng mga hooks because napanumbalik natin nga yung kalayaan tapos bumalik na ang pamahalang Commonwealth. Itinalaga naman si Hukom Alfredo Castro bilang pansamantalang pinuno ng bayan ng panahon na yon. So ang naging pinuno that time sa inyong bayan, Sir Chas, ay si Hukom Alfredo Castro. Noong 1946, muling nagbalik ang ganap na kalayaan ng Pilipinas. Itinaas ni na General Serbellano Aquino. So pamilya tayo kay Serbellano Aquino talaga, no, sa kasaysayan ng Concepcion at saka ng Tarlac. Lagi nababanggit yung pangalang General Serbellano Aquino. At Raymond Palillo, ang bandila ng Pilipinas sa isang simpleng seremonya na ginanap sa Benigno Aquino Memorial Park. Familiar ka ba sa Benigno Memorial Park, Sir Chas?
Opo, yes sir. Very familiar.
Doon nila binigay at itinaas nung mapanumbalik na natin ang ganap na kalayaan natin noong 1946, yung watawat o bandila ng Pilipino. Noong 1950, itinatag ni Mayor Nicolas Feliciano ang Citizens Army laban sa komunista. Kasi noong mga panahon na yon, Sir Chas, tapos na yung digmaan, naging aktibo pa rin yung mga hooks. Hindi na kalaban ng mga hooks yung mga Hapon kasi tapos na nga ang digmaan. Pero ang pinaglalaban at advokasya nila ay yung pakikibaka laban sa mga may-ari ng mga malalawak na lupain. So naging magulo pa rin yung mga yung bayan ng mga panahon na yon. So because of that, Mayor Nicolas Feliciano established Citizens Army laban sa komunista. So yun, Sir Chas.
Alright, Sir Ferds. Gusto ko lang bigyang din yung sinabi ninyo na walang naidudulot na maganda ang giyera, lalo na sa nangyayari ngayon sa Ukraine at sa Russia. Dahil ang talo sa giyera ay tayong mga tao, tayong mga mamamayan ng mga bansa. Alright? So, maraming salamat, Sir Ferds, sa pagbibigay nyo ng impormasyon tungkol sa kung ano bang nangyari sa Concepcion noong panahon ng mga Hapon. Ngayon naman, dahil tapos na nating malaman kung ano ba yung mga pangyayaring naganap sa Concepcion sa panahon ng Amerikano hanggang sa panahon ng Hapon, syempre maipagmamalaki din namin ang Concepcion sa kanyang mga natatanging mga puok pasyalan. Sir Harold, ano ba yung mga puok pasyalang makikita natin sa Concepcion?
Okay. So of course, sinabi ko nga Sir Chester, hindi papahuli ang Concepcion. So ang Concepcion ay may pinagmamalaking paraiso sa Hacienda Tinang. Ang VOA or the Voice of America ay isa rin sa mga makikita sa Concepcion. Isa itong pandaigdigang komunikasyong pangradyo na may himpilan din sa Tinang. Naitayo rin ang mga noong 1948, binuksan ang isang paaralang sekundarya, ang mataas na paaralan ng Concepcion. Isang pansamantalang gusali ang itinayo para sa mag-aaral noong 1950. pagkaroon ng mga 2 taon, itinayo ang aklatan ng munisipyo ng Concepcion at sa pagpasok ng taong 1975, ang pampublikong aklatan ng Concepcion sa Benigno Aquino Senior Memorial Park ay nabuksan. So dito, bukod dito Sir Chaster, dahil sa rekomendasyon ni Nicolas Feliciano at tulong ni kinatawang Mercedes Coangco Teodoro, naitayo ang pampublikong lansangan sa kahabaan ng Daang El Cortez sa poblasyon noong 1982. At noong 1963 naman, naitatag ang National Water Sewerage Administration na kilala ngayon bilang Concepcion Water District. Ayan, kung makikita nyo sa mga larawan sa mga nanonood sa atin ngayon sa RTV, ito po yung Concepcion Water District at yung isa na binanggit natin na naitayo ang Contelco o ang Concepcion Telephone Company na itinatag ni Attorney Patricio Pineda na ipinagbili niya sa PLDT. So yan nga yung sinabi mo Sir Chaster na hindi papahuli ang bayan ng Concepcion bilang sa mga pasyalan at mga pinagmamalaking infrastruktura.
Yes, Sir Harold. Sa kasalukuyang panahon actually, mas marami pang mga infrastruktura at mga buok pasyalan ang umusbong sa Concepcion. Sa katunayan, ang mismong plaza namin, Sir Harold, ay maituturing na ring pasyalan. Bukod doon, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, ay malapit na rin maipatayo ang satellite campus ng Tarlac State University sa bayan ng Concepcion. Maging ang dialysis center ay meron na rin kami. At kung hindi ako nagkakamali, ay meron din kaming isang malaking ospital na ipinapatayo sa aming bayan. Alright? So nakakabilib na patuloy ang pag-unlad ng bayan ng Concepcion at yun ay dahil sa mga namumuno ng aming bayan. Alright? Ngayon naman, Sir Ferds, kumusta naman ang Concepcion sa larangan ng edukasyon? Sir Ferds, naka-off po yung mic.
Maraming salamat, Sir Chas. So alam niyo po, Sir Chas, ang inyong bayan ay mayaman at kilala sa mga paaralan. So marami nga mga prominenteng mga individual at mga nakapag-aral sa inyong bayan. Actually, ang Concepcion ay nahati sa 4 na distrito. So may 4 na distrito kayo diyan sa inyong bayan. Yan ay ang Concepcion North District, Concepcion East District, Concepcion South District, at Concepcion West District. Ang edukasyong formal na ibinibigay ay nahati sa edukasyon sa paghahanda para sa elementarya. Samantala, meron din kayong edukasyon pang-elementarya at edukasyong sekundarya ng mga unang mga panahon, Sir Chas. Ang edukasyong di formal ay nagbibigay naman ng pagsasanay, parang vocational to, di formal, no? Nagsasanay sila ng mga unang mga panahon ng mga skills sa pagkukulot, elektrisidad o electricity, pananahi, no? Computer at pagmamakinilya. So hindi na natin masyadong nagagawa ngayon yung pagmamakinilya kasi computer na ngayon. Pero noong mga unang panahon, Sir Chas, parang para sa vocational course na tinuturuan ng mga bata na magmakinilya para sa mga secretarial job o clerical job. So yung mga ganyan na mga binibigay na mga aralin sa mga edukasyon, pumapasok na mga bata sa edukasyong di formal. No? Tapos, meron kayong mga paaralan na tanyag din sa ating bayan. Nandyan ang Aquino Memorial High School. Itinatag yan noong 1948 at pinalitan na maging Benigno Aquino National High School noong 1994. Actually, Sir Chas, isa yata sa pinakamalaking eskwelahan na may pinakamalaking populasyon ang inyong paaralan na Benigno Aquino National High School. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, pumapangalawa yata yan sa pinakamaraming mag-aaral after Tarlac National High School. Tama ba ako, Sir Chas?
Yes, sir. So we'll check. Salamat po.
Oo, sige. Pero one of the mega schools talaga ang Benigno Aquino National High School. Ang mga paaralang sekundarya sa Concepcion, maliban sa Benigno S. Aquino High School, nandyan ang Anastasio G. Yumul High School, Kaluluwan High School, at Estrella Aquino National High School. Narinig mo ba yung mga yan sa bayan ninyo, Sir Chas? Still existing yung mga yan, di ba?
Yes, sir. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, bago lamang sa aking pandinig ang Estrella Aquino National High School. Pero matagal na itong eskwelahan. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali ay dati itong Kaluluwan Annex. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali. Alright, so
Limitan ko lang.
napakarami pa sana nating dapat na ikwento sa ating mga mag-aaral tungkol sa bayan ng Concepcion, pero dahil limitado lamang ang ating oras, nakakalungkot na kailangan na nating putulin itong ating pagtatalakay. Siguro kung magkakaroon pa tayo ng susunod pang pagtatalakay, ay maaari nating sabihin yung iba pang impormasyon tungkol sa kasaysayan ng bayan ng Concepcion. Muli, maraming salamat po sa ating mga panelists ng Master Teacher 1 ng Capas National High School, Sir Ferdinand Villanueva, and ang napakahusay na OIC Head Teacher ng Salamat po. So ako po muli ang inyong segment host, Sir Kevin Chester M. Kurang, AP Leader ng Arangored Integrated School, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng kasaysayang lokal ay daan sa pag-unawa ng nakaraan at pinagmulan. Ito rin ang daan upang ganap na maunawaan ng pambansang kasaysayan na siyang daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito